Welcome to Tales from Sector 9, your portal to immersive sci-fi audio stories. If you enjoy deep space action, rogue AIs, and conspiracy theories, you're in the right place. Tap like and subscribe to keep the adventures coming. Drop a comment and tell us where in the galaxy you're listening from. Now, sit back, relax, and prepare for tonight's story. Base Delta Zero. The black cylinder arrived on the bridge of the Dominion beneath the rifles of 4 stormtroopers. Admiral Sevran Kord knew what it contained before anyone spoke. Nothing else aboard an Imperial Star Destroyer required that kind of escort. Captain Arvin Pell stepped away from the command pit as the troopers approached. Beyond the triangular bridge windows, Kethar filled the lower half of space, blue-white cloud bands crossing brown continents, and the faint geometric shimmer of regional shields. The cylinder was placed on the authentication pedestal. "Priority black," Pell said. "I can see that." Kord pressed his right eye to the retinal scanner. A red line crossed his vision. "Identity confirmed." He entered his command cipher. "Fleet authority confirmed." Then came the final authentication, a 16-character sequence transmitted directly from Imperial High Command. The cylinder unlocked with a soft metallic click. Nobody on the bridge moved. Kord withdrew the data wafer and inserted it into the tactical table. The words appeared first. "Authorize Base Delta Zero. Kethar." General Cassan Vor read them from Kord's left. There was no visible reaction on the army commander's face. Kord opened the operational annex. The words vanished beneath a planet-wide targeting architecture. Orbital defense platforms, shield generators, surface batteries, military installations, shipyards, power stations, transportation hubs, reservoirs, water purification facilities, industrial reactors, agricultural production zones, population centres. Kord scrolled farther. Target categories continued. He stopped. "Any conditional language?" Vor shook his head. "None." "Political suspension authority?" "High command only." Kord looked again at the words. "Base Delta Zero." The phrase itself was almost elegant. The attached targeting package was not. "How long?" A fleet operations officer answered from the pit. "Conventional reduction sequence, Admiral." "Yes." The officer consulted the model. "Approximately 20 hours for primary objectives, longer if regional shielding performs above estimates." "We have 12. Pell glanced toward the long-range sensor station. "Possibly less." Kord turned. The sensor officer enlarged a hyperspace plot. "Multiple disturbances outside the system. No confirmed contacts yet, but the mass distribution is consistent with a relief force." "Rebel?" "Most likely." Vor folded his hands behind his back. "Then we should begin." Kord looked down at Kethar. 80 million people. 3 million confirmed collaborators according to Imperial intelligence. How many were actual members of the insurgency was irrelevant to the order, but it was not irrelevant to the problem. "Hold all heavy batteries." Vor looked at him. "Admiral?" 20 hours of firing condensed into 12 is how captains waste ammunition. The order is not ambiguous. Neither is mathematics. Kord expanded the planetary map. "Before we destroy the planet, I want to know how it remains alive." The bridge became quiet again. Vor studied him for half a second, then nodded once. "Very well." An intelligence officer approached the table and layered Kethar's electrical network over the continents. Kord frowned. "Show me the primary grid." The officer hesitated. "There isn't one, Admiral." Kord looked up. "What?" "There is no primary grid." The officer touched the display. The clean planetary map dissolved into hundreds of interlocking regional systems. Fusion plants, buried transmission conduits, industrial reactors, municipal substations, shield support networks, emergency lines, backup nodes, everything connected to everything else. The Kethari decentralized after the first insurgency campaign, the officer said. No single electrical network controls the major population centres. Kord watched power flow across the display. Remove this. He indicated a northern fusion plant. The analyst simulated its destruction. The plant went black. 3 neighbouring systems increased output. An industrial reactor 200 kilometres away diverted energy into the missing grid. The city remained illuminated. Remove the industrial reactor. The simulation complied. Another grid compensated. Shield support? Transferred to municipal generation and 2 agricultural fusion stations. Kord looked at Vor. Still want to begin? Vor did not seem embarrassed. Yes. That answer interested Kord. Why? Because every substitute we destroy is one less substitute they possess. Eventually. Base Delta Zero is not intended to preserve efficiency. No, but I am. Kord turned back to the display. Communications. The intelligence layer changed. Military frequencies appeared first, then civilian bands, municipal networks, industrial telemetry, traffic management, water control, emergency services. Jam the military network. The analyst ran the model. Military traffic disappeared. Seconds later, encrypted bursts appeared inside municipal emergency channels. Again, the analyst removed an orbital relay. Reservoir monitoring stations began passing compressed packets. Vor leaned closer. Military? Encryption matches known rebel formats. Kord watched a pumping station blink. What about transportation? Another layer appeared. Civilian traffic computers showed unexplained priority routing around several cities. Targeting data, an analyst said, most likely for surface batteries. Kord stared at the planet. Years of occupation had taught the Resistance something useful. If the Empire could identify a military system, it could destroy it. So Kethar had made the distinction increasingly meaningless. Civilian power supported shields. Reservoir telemetry carried command traffic. Transportation computers assisted weapons. Industrial fusion plants became emergency military generators. Kord asked, "Where is Colonel Senn?" 6 locations appeared. Vor gave a short breath through his nose. Pick one. Which? Any? 6 guesses are not intelligence. They are 6 targets. And if they are wrong, 5 remain. Kord looked at him. Vor did not smile. That was why Kord preferred him to political officers. Vor did not pretend war was anything other than the removal of obstacles. An intercept specialist called from the lower station. Admiral, priority transmission from the surface. Play it. A woman's voice emerged through static. Regional command stations will maintain shield separation. No unnecessary transmission between cells. Repeat, no unnecessary transmission. Kord looked at the waveform. Colonel Senn? Voice match 94%. The transmission continued. The Empire cannot afford to destroy Kethar. Their objective remains submission. Assume coercion until demonstrated otherwise. Vor glanced at Kord. She believes you. She believes arithmetic. Kethar produced hypermatter control components, reactor housings, heavy machinery, refined alloys, and enough agricultural output to feed several neighbouring systems. Even destroying half the planet would damage Imperial logistics for years. Senn's conclusion was rational. That made it valuable. Kord tapped the display. Prepare a planetary surrender offer. Vor turned toward him. You intend to accept one? No. For the first time, Vor almost smiled. The ultimatum went out on every frequency Imperial transmitters could reach. Kord delivered it himself. Kethar planetary authorities and armed resistance commands. You have 90 minutes to cease hostile operations. Planetary shield installations will power down. Military forces will surrender weapons and submit to Imperial inspection. Rebel command personnel will identify themselves and surrender. Compliance will result in reconsideration of the present bombardment order. He paused. Non-compliance will result in immediate execution of base Delta Zero. The recording ended. Pell looked toward communications. Jamming status? Reducing active suppression now. The bridge became strangely still. Kord watched the communications model. Nothing. 10 seconds. 20. 30. Vor said, "Perhaps they understood." "No." Kord kept watching. "They're thinking." The first transmission appeared over the southern continent. Then another. A municipal emergency relay. A buried transmitter beneath an industrial basin. A low-power burst from a water processing complex. Then dozens. Hundreds. The planetary model lit up. "Record metadata only," Kord said. An analyst looked back. "Not content." "Content is what they want us to hear. I want to know who speaks after whom." The software began drawing connections. One transmitter contacted 4 others. 2 of those sent packets north. A regional government called a military command node. That command node contacted a transportation hub. The hub sent an encrypted packet through a reservoir control network. The planet began showing its nervous system. Vor watched the growing web. They know we're listening. Of course. And they're communicating anyway. They have to. Another intercepted transmission played. Senn again. Cells 7 through 12. Minimize transmission length. No acknowledgement unless operationally necessary. Civil authorities will handle negotiation traffic. Kord pointed toward the waveform. "There." Pell frowned. "Where?" "She knows what we're doing." The communication pattern changed almost immediately. Some nodes fell silent. Others began sending dummy traffic. Several regions flooded the spectrum with civilian emergency packets. "She's dirtying the model," the intelligence chief said. "Good." Vor looked at Kord. "Good. Now we know she understands the experiment." Kord enlarged the network. If she shuts everything down, she loses planetary coordination. If she continues talking, we learn. And if she sends false traffic? Then she must spend resources supporting the false network. Kord watched another string of transmissions appear. Every deception has a cost. The analysts worked. A single headquarters never appeared. Instead, command authority seemed to move among buried sites across the central continent. One bunker transmitted, then went silent. Another became active. Civilian data systems absorbed traffic between them. Kord understood the pattern before the computer finished classifying it. "They don't have a headquarters." Pell looked at him. "They have several." "No." Kord pointed toward the glowing connections. "They have a planet." The resistance had embedded itself so deeply into Kethar's systems that destroying the command network meant dismantling the infrastructure carrying it. Exactly what High Command had ordered, but Kord still needed to know which parts mattered most. He selected 3 power distribution stations. Vor examined them. Civilian. They're not the targets. Kord expanded the networks dependent on them. That is. The surrender countdown reached 0. Kord turned toward gunnery. Forward batteries, targets designated. The Dominion began rotating. Far beyond the bridge windows, 2 other Star Destroyers adjusted with it. Kethar filled the targeting display. Fire. 3 green turbolaser beams reached down from orbit. The first struck a power distribution complex near the equator. Shielding flashed. Collapsed. The complex vanished beneath a white-green eruption. A second strike hit the northern grid. The third destroyed a coastal transmission nexus. "Cease fire," Vor looked over. "That was brief. We're not watching the impacts." Kord pointed at the planetary display. "We're watching what survives them." For half a second, nothing happened. Then Kethar moved. Not physically, systemically. Power flooded through buried lines beneath the northern continent. Industrial fusion reactors increased output. two municipal grids dimmed. Shield energy shifted west. A mining complex that Imperial analysts had considered irrelevant suddenly came online at 300% nominal load. There, an analyst said. A mountain region began drawing energy from 5 independent networks. Vor straightened. Command complex. Possibly, Kord waited. Encrypted transmissions appeared from the same region. Vor said, "Strike it." No. You wanted them to reveal priority. They revealed attention. Difference. Attention can be manufactured. As if Senn had heard him, 3 abandoned industrial sites suddenly came alive hundreds of kilometers away. Power consumption spiked. Encrypted signals erupted from them. Imperial targeting software ranked all 3 as probable command facilities. Vor looked at Kord. "She's giving us choices." "Yes, then choose." Kord studied the data. The false sites drew power. They transmitted heavily, but something was missing. Shield response. The analyst overlaid it. Kord saw it immediately. Regional shields had barely shifted toward the 3 sites. He pointed. "She wants us to see those." Vor followed the display. "How can you tell?" "She's willing to lose them." Kord selected 2 routing stations between the false sites and the capital region. "Hit these. Those aren't transmitting. They're feeding what she doesn't want disturbed." The second volley struck. One routing centre disappeared beneath a turbolaser impact. The other survived the first shot long enough for its shield to flare. The Dominion fired again. It vanished. Across Kethar, power rearranged itself. The 3 suspected decoys dimmed almost immediately. Encrypted traffic dropped. Energy raced south. Industrial reactors increased output. Shield generators around the capital began absorbing load. Then another underground region lit up, and another. The intelligence chief leaned toward the display. There. Kord felt the first real satisfaction of the operation. Not pleasure, clarity. Kethar was beginning to show its priorities. Then a new warning opened. Water purification. Capacity, minus 23%. Another. Primary rail network interruption, 3 regions. Another. Civilian grid reserve below projected minimum. Vor barely glanced at them. "We found the command region." "Almost." "Then continue." Kord looked at the failures. The strikes had worked exactly as intended. That was what bothered him. "Run reserve projection." The analyst complied. Numbers populated the table. They were lower than expected. What is causing this? Load redistribution. Those systems were designed for redistribution. Yes, Admiral. Then why are reserves dropping? The analyst hesitated. Because they have been redistributing for years. Kord looked at him. Explain. Industrial demand is already high. Shield demand has been elevated since the blockade. Several backup systems are not true reserves anymore. They're part of normal operation. Vor said, "Which means," Kord answered before the analyst could, "the planet has less redundancy than the diagram suggests." Another power warning appeared. Kord enlarged the flow model. 5 remaining nodes were now carrying load that had once been distributed among 9. Destroy another, and the survivors would carry more. Destroy 2, he stopped himself. Not yet. "Admiral," one of the intelligence analysts was staring at another display. "What?" "We have convergence." 6 power flows now ran toward the capital shield region. Encrypted traffic clustered around the same underground zones. Kord stepped closer. "We found them." The analyst didn't answer. Instead, she changed the tactical layer. Millions of tiny markers appeared across the central continent. Streams of movement, rail lines, roads, emergency transports, population flows. Kord frowned. "Troop movement?" "No, Admiral." She magnified the data. "Civilian." The markers were moving away from districts that had lost power and water, toward the capital. toward the remaining reservoirs, toward functioning hospitals, toward the stronger shield coverage, toward the exact infrastructure Kord had just identified as strategically indispensable. How many? Current projection, 4.8 million moving. It will increase. Vor studied the display. If the command complex is there, it remains a target. Kord heard him but did not answer. Run the next 3 strikes. The analyst looked uncertain. Simulation only? Yes. 3 shield support nodes disappeared from the model. The results spread instantly. Water purification failed across 2 continents. Industrial fusion reactors increased output. 2 went beyond safe tolerance. Transportation capacity collapsed. Regional shielding contracted. More population markers began moving toward the remaining powered zones. The model continued, then stopped. Dependency projection. Unreliable. Kord stared at the words. Why did it terminate? Too many secondary dependencies. Expand processing. It isn't processing capacity, the analyst swallowed. We no longer know which systems will fail first. Kord looked down at Kethar. He had imagined base Delta Zero as destruction applied from outside. Select, strike, measure, repeat. But that was no longer what the model showed. Every destroyed system forced the survivors to compensate. Every successful compensation concentrated load. Every concentrated load made the next failure more consequential. There would come a point when the Imperial fleet no longer needed to destroy each part of Kethar individually. Kethar would begin destroying itself, not because its systems had failed to adapt, because they had adapted too well, too many times, with too little capacity left. Kord slowly looked from the planetary network to the target list issued by High Command. The weapon was no longer only the Star Destroyers above Kethar. Kethar itself had become part of base Delta Zero. For several seconds, Kord said nothing. The planetary model continued moving beneath his hands. Power shifted south. A shield sector contracted. 2 transportation networks changed status from degraded to unavailable. Another 500,000 civilian movement markers appeared. Vor broke the silence. So we continue. Kord looked at him. You understand what the projection says? I understand what the order says. That isn't what I asked. Vor studied the tactical display. If we remove enough load-bearing systems, the remaining network begins failing without further action from us. Yes. Then the operation becomes faster. Kord almost objected. Not because Vor was wrong, because he was exactly right. A sensor alarm sounded from the long-range station. Admiral. Kord turned. Multiple hyperspace disturbances. Range 400,000 kilometers. How long? Unknown. Minutes. Kord looked back at Kethar. If he stopped firing, engineers below would begin restoring what he had damaged. Emergency reactors would disconnect from military loads. Transportation could be restarted in isolated sectors. Water systems might recover pressure. Senn could disperse command traffic again. The planet would become difficult to read, and the rebel fleet would arrive over a world that was damaged but recoverable. Designate the 3 shield support nodes. The intelligence analyst looked at him. Admiral, the dependency model, I saw it. She hesitated, then highlighted the targets. Vor said nothing. Kord looked toward gunnery. Fire? 3 bolts reached down through the atmosphere. The first disappeared behind cloud. The second struck a shield dome and spread across it in a white-green sheet before punching through. The third vanished beyond the planet's limb. The reaction was immediate. Power surged, then fractured. 1 civilian fusion station disconnected automatically. Another followed. Water processing capacity fell 41%. A continental rail system vanished from the map. Transportation markers stalled in place. Across the capital region, shield energy spiked, then dropped. Secondary failures, the analyst said. Her voice had changed, not fear, speed. Grid 18 is shedding load. Industrial reactor clusters are compensating. How much? Some above 130%. Cooling reserve? Declining. Another alarm opened. Reactor protection. Disconnect. A fusion complex went black. 3 neighbouring systems took its load. Kord watched the numbers rise. This was the threshold. Not a line on the map. Not one spectacular explosion. A series of systems making individually correct decisions. Protect the reactor, shift the load, preserve the shield, maintain the reservoir, keep the hospital powered. Each response rational. Together they were tightening a noose. Contacts reverting, the sensor officer called. The stars beyond Kethar distorted. 1 point of light became a ship, then 6, then dozens. Red identification markers flooded the tactical display. Rebel formation confirmed. Cruisers, frigates, corvettes, 2 converted carriers, more fighters than Kord had expected. Pell descended into the command pit. Estimate? 27 capital and support vessels. Fighter count still building. Vor looked toward Kord. Now we turn the line. No. Vor's eyes narrowed. They outnumber the escort screen. They don't need to defeat us. They will if we leave our heavy ships facing the planet. Kord enlarged the rebel formation. It was already accelerating, not spreading to threaten supply ships, not dividing toward the orbital yards, not attempting to encircle the Imperial fleet, straight toward the Star Destroyers holding bombardment position. They're not here to win, Kord said. Pell understood first. They're here to make us stop. Yes, Vor glanced at Kethar. If we turn and destroy them, we can resume afterward. No. Why? Because Senn knows what we're doing now. Kord pointed toward the planetary systems display. Factories across the central continent were shutting down. At first, Kord thought they were failing. Then he saw the pattern. Too orderly. She's disconnecting them deliberately. The intelligence analyst confirmed it. Industrial traffic is dropping across 8 regions. Military transmitters began disappearing. Encrypted bursts shortened. Some stopped completely. Shield energy shifted. Not toward weapons installations, toward hospitals, reservoirs, evacuation corridors. Cities still maintaining water pressure. Vor watched. She's abandoning military infrastructure. She's abandoning anything that makes the network complicated. Kord understood the maneuver. Senn had finally recognized the real attack. Kord was weaponizing interdependence, so she was severing interdependence, breaking the planet into smaller pieces before one failure could drag the others down. It was expensive. Factories would die, production would stop, command would become slow, but surviving regions might become stable, recoverable. That was all she needed. The rebel fleet did not have to liberate an intact Kethar. It only had to prevent Kord from making recovery impossible. Admiral, Pell said. The first rebel starfighters had crossed engagement range. TIE screen deploying. The Dominion vibrated faintly as launch bays emptied. On the tactical display, hundreds of Imperial fighters spread into black space. The rebel fleet kept coming. Assign destroyers Vengeance and Rectifier to interception, Kord said. Cruiser line supports. Heavy division remains oriented on Kethar. Vor stared at him. You're splitting the fleet. I'm fighting 2 battles. That is generally considered undesirable. So is losing either. The first fighter formations collided. The tactical display became uselessly dense. Red, blue, flight vectors, missile warnings, electronic interference. A rebel frigate opened fire at extreme range. Green and red bolts crossed empty space between fleets. The Dominion shook, not from a direct hit, from its own forward batteries firing again. Below them, a shield support station vanished. The capital shield contracted. Senn answered immediately. Power left 3 industrial sectors. Emergency routing opened toward the eastern evacuation corridor. "She's faster now," the analyst said. "She doesn't have to hide anymore," Kord replied. Another rebel transmission broke through, encrypted, then partially decoded. "All groups push central. Ignore escorts. Bombardment vessels are priority." Kord almost admired the simplicity. The rebel admiral understood too. Ignore the fleet. Stop the guns. The first Imperial escort reported shield failure. Pell read the damage report. "Rectifier has lost port batteries. Keep her in line. Rebel cruiser moving past her. Let it." Pell looked up. "Admiral? It wants the Dominion. Rectifier turns behind it." The cruiser drove through the gap. Rectifier rotated on damaged thrusters and opened fire into its engines. For a moment the rebel vessel disappeared behind white energy. It emerged burning, still coming. "They'll spend ships to reach us," Pell said. "Yes, so will we." Kord did not answer. He looked back at Kethar. The planet was becoming darker, not dramatically, district by district, grid by grid. Systems Senn had deliberately disconnected remained stable but isolated. Systems still attempting to compensate were beginning to oscillate. Power up, protection disconnect, power down, restart, failure. A tactical officer called out, "Capital shield dropping below 60%, 4 step closer. Strike it now." "No. You have the target. I have the shield. And? I want to see where the power goes when it fails." Vor stared at him. "You're still experimenting." "No." Kord watched the numbers. "I'm targeting. 52%, 48, 41. The rebel fleet entered heavy weapons range. The bridge lights dimmed as the Dominion shifted power to defensive shields. A turbo laser impact flashed against the forward viewport. The entire bridge trembled. Pell grabbed the edge of the command station. "Direct contact, forward shields at 86. Kord did not look away from the capital. 34%. Senn made her choice. The capital shield began draining deliberately. Energy moved east, then north. Medical grid stabilized. 2 water treatment regions increased output. Evacuation routes came alive. The shield over the suspected command region weakened. Vor saw it. She's protecting civilians. She's protecting the planet. The distinction mattered. Senn was willing to expose herself to preserve systems that could outlive her. The shield dropped to 27%. Power moved through 6 buried routes. Kord traced them. They converged beneath the capital, not near it, beneath it. There. The intelligence chief magnified the region. Multiple hardline networks, short encrypted bursts, protected substations. No obvious military architecture. It did not need any. "Command complex probability 81%, Vor said. "Fire." Kord waited. 23 seconds. Power shifted again. The probability rose. 87, 92. Kord lifted one finger. Target confirmed. The Dominion fired. The capital shield turned white. For 1 second, the entire nightside horizon seemed to glow. Then the shield collapsed. The follow-up strike disappeared into the atmosphere. A moment later, the command region went dark. Nearly the same instant, the Dominion lurched hard enough to throw an officer from his station. Warning tones filled the bridge. "Impact starboard. Shield 61. Rebel cruiser through the screen." Pell looked at the tactical display. The escort line was collapsing inward. One Imperial Star Destroyer, the Judicator, had taken repeated hits near its engine section. Its icon flashed amber, then red. Judicator reports reactor containment failure. How long? 7 minutes, possibly less. Vor turned toward Kord. "Rotate the heavy line now." Pell did not contradict him. That mattered. "If we turn," Pell said, "we can bring full batteries against the breakthrough group. We probably save the Judicator's crew and keep them off us." Kord looked at the planetary model. The capital shield was gone. Several regional networks were failing, but not enough. Senn's deliberate isolation strategy was working in the east. Water remained stable there. Emergency power had separated from industrial loads. 3 continents were badly damaged. 2 might still recover. If the Imperial gun stopped now, the cascade could stall. Not everywhere. Enough. Kethar might remain a broken world, but still a world. Pell said, "Admiral?" Kord looked at the Judicator. 23,000 crew. Some already abandoning damaged compartments. If the bombardment division turned, the rebel fleet would face the combined broadside of 3 Imperial Star Destroyers. The attack would probably break. Kord could save his ships, then return to Kethar, hours later, perhaps days, after the rebels had restored shields, repaired grids, moved Senn, evacuated command personnel. His 12-hour operation would become a conventional siege, and Kethar would have survived Base Delta Zero. "Escorts hold the fleet," Pell waited. Kord said, "Bombardment continues." Nobody argued. That was worse than argument. Pell turned back toward the pit. "Transmit to Judicator. Maintain position until evacuation threshold." Vor looked at Kord. "You're sacrificing her." "No." Kord watched the damaged destroyer rotate enough to put its remaining guns between the rebel cruisers and the bombardment formation. "She is holding the line." The Judicator opened fire. Kord turned to gunnery. "Final target progression." The tactical officer looked up. "Full sequence?" "Yes." Orbital facilities first. The remaining yards vanished under concentrated fire. Transportation hubs followed. Kord watched rail junctions, maglev terminals and cargo exchanges disappear. Power stations, reservoir control, industrial regions, agricultural production. One strike, then another, then another. The planetary model stopped looking organised. A pumping station lost power. That reduced cooling flow to an industrial reactor. The reactor protection system disconnected. Its shield node lost support. The shield collapsed. The transportation network beneath it shut down. Population movement halted. Emergency services rerouted. Those reroutes overloaded another grid. That grid failed. 2 water stations went with it. "Secondary failures increasing," the analyst said. "How many?" 34 active. A second later, 47. The Empire fired again. 62. Kord watched failure symbols multiply in places they had never targeted. Industrial fires spread beyond shield boundaries. Automated systems tried to isolate them. Isolation cut power to neighbouring pumps. Pumps stopped. Cooling failed elsewhere. More reactors disconnected. The number climbed. 80. 112. Vor stood beside Kord, silent now. The planet was doing the work. Kord had expected satisfaction. There was none. Not horror either. Only the recognition of a machine behaving exactly according to its rules. The Resistance had built Kethar to survive individual wounds, so every part was designed to save every other part. Now each attempted rescue transmitted the damage farther. An intercepted rebel transmission opened suddenly. Senn's voice. No encryption. "Relief command, withdraw." The rebel admiral answered almost immediately. "Negative. We have broken their outer line. Withdraw. We can reach the bombardment ships." "You can reach them." A pause. "You cannot save Kethar." Kord watched 3 more grids fail. The rebel commander answered, "We can still force them off." Senn's reply came quieter. "Then you force them off a dead world." The channel closed. The rebel fleet continued forward for another 30 seconds. Then the first cruiser turned. Another followed. Fighters began breaking contact. Pell saw it. They're withdrawing. Do not pursue beyond defensive range. Vor looked at him. We can destroy more of them. Kethar is the mission. Below, another continental network disappeared. Vor returned his attention to the planet. Then finish it. Kord looked at him. Vor pointed toward the remaining population centres. Several are still powered. Some retain water. Organised settlements will survive. Yes. Then resistance survives. Kord examined the model. Industrial output, effectively 0. Orbital access, 0. Intercontinental transportation, 12% and falling. Shield network, fragmented. Military command, unconfirmed. Water capacity, collapsing. Agricultural distribution, non-functional. Surface communications, isolated. The last Imperial salvo had landed almost a minute ago. Failures were still accelerating. 163, 179, 206. Kord said, no. Vor turned. No. Further fire changes nothing. It kills survivors. Survivors are not the objective. Base Delta 0 has been achieved. Kord pointed to the planetary systems display. Factories cannot function. Transport cannot function. Planetary defense cannot function. Organised resistance cannot function. Vor looked at the remaining lights. They could rebuild. Not before we could return. That stopped him. Kord turned toward gunnery. Cease fire. The order passed through the fleet. One by one, the Star Destroyer stopped shooting. The final green beam faded into Kethar's atmosphere. Silence returned to the bridge. Not true silence. Ventilation. Cooling fans. Damage control voices. The distant vibration of machinery. Then an analyst said, Admiral. Kord looked at the planetary model. A power node failed. Then another. No one was firing. A reservoir network vanished. A shield station disconnected. 3 cities went dark. Kord watched the failures continue. The Judicator died 26 minutes later. Its surviving crew had evacuated in shuttles and pods before reactor containment failed, but thousands remained aboard when the ship broke apart. The Rebel fleet did not return. Several hours passed. Kethar rotated beneath the Dominion. Kord stood near the forward viewport while repair crews worked behind the bridge walls. The planet had not exploded. Its oceans remained. Its atmosphere remained. Its continents remained. That made the damage easier to see. The dark hemisphere should have been filled with cities. Instead, entire regions had disappeared into blackness. Industrial zones glowed red. One fire complex stretched along the horizon like a second sunrise. Smoke had begun spreading over the western continent. Pell approached. Final combat accounting. Kord held out a hand. Pell transferred the report. Judicator lost. Rectifier crippled. 4 smaller vessels destroyed or abandoned. Imperial casualties still being counted. Rebel losses substantial but incomplete. Kord closed it. Sector communications. A communications officer turned. First political reports arriving now. Read them. Velaran government has cancelled emergency assembly. Intelligence assesses the meeting was intended to authorise open resistance. Another transmission appeared. Garrus Prime has detained 22 suspected rebel organisers. Another. Talus has requested an additional Imperial garrison. Vor approached from the command pit. That was quick. Fear travels faster than fleets, Pell said. Vor looked toward Kethar. For a while. Kord glanced at him. You think they will rebel later. I think survivors remember. So do governments. Vor gave a small nod. Neither needed to decide the question tonight. The operation had been given 12 hours, not 12 years. The intelligence chief joined them. Admiral, one unresolved matter. Senn. We cannot confirm her status. Command complex? Destroyed. But subterranean routes extend beyond the strike zone. Several hardened facilities remain intact. Vor said, "We should remove them." Kord looked at Kethar. "Why?" "If she survived, she becomes a symbol. If she survived, she has no fleet, no industry, no communications network, no planetary transportation, and no functioning command architecture. She may escape." "Yes," Vor waited. Kord said, "The system was the target." He looked through the viewport. "The system is gone." A final report appeared on the command display. Rebel organized resistance. Neutralized. Planetary industrial capability. Non-functional. Sector deterrence effect. Confirmed. Below it, operational status. Pending command authorization. Kord placed his thumb against the identification field. The display recognized him. The status changed. Pacification successful. He signed. Outside the viewport, a thin chain of city lights remained along the western continent. Kord watched them flicker. Half disappeared. Then the rest. The HELIX protocol. The amber light in the HELIX chamber made everything look like it was drowning in old whiskey. Commander Casey Klein placed his hands into the interface sleeves. The mahogany panel swallowed his wrist to the forearm. Genetically synthesized wood, 300 years old, grown in zero-gravity vats to perfect the grain. The needles entered his veins with practiced efficiency. 12 insertion points. He didn't flinch. He'd done this 647 times. The ship tasted his blood. Behind him, Dr. Celine Ward stood with a tablet pressed against her chest like a hymnal. Her reflection fractured across the brass fixtures that ring the pilot's chair. Fixtures that served no mechanical purpose but had been installed in every HELIX-class vessel for 2 centuries. Tradition. Weight. The physical architecture of inevitability. "Resonance at 40%, she said. Her voice had the clipped precision of a woman who'd spent her career turning people into data sets. The low-frequency hum began in Casey's molars, then his sternum, then deep in the marrow of his femurs where the body keeps its oldest memories. The HELIX drive wasn't waking up. It was listening. Jonah Pike stood in the shadow near the bulkhead door, hands clasped behind his back, face blank as a compliance form. He was looking at Casey but seeing through him, analysing blood work results that wouldn't be available for another 6 minutes. Pike's job was to find counterfeits. He'd found 17 this year. None of them had made it to trial. "Resonance at 60, Ward said. The choir started. It came from no direction. It had no source. The sound moved through Casey's nervous system, like a language his spine understood but his brain couldn't translate. To anyone outside a HELIX chamber, the resonance sounded like a high-pitched psychic scream that made children vomit and dock workers blind in one eye for an hour. To Casey, it was the harmonic proof of everything he'd been, taught since he was 6 years old. You are the thin line. You are the lock that keeps chaos from the door. The mahogany panels began to glow, not with light, with something that looked like light shadow, bioluminescent veins pulsing beneath the wood grain in rhythms that matched Casey's heartbeat. The interface sleeves tightened. The needles went deeper, 1 millimeter, calibrating, sampling, confirming. 80%, Ward whispered. She always whispered at 80. Casey closed his eyes. The thing they didn't tell you in the academies, the thing you only learned after your first jump, was that the HELIX field didn't feel like travel. It felt like digestion. Like the universe was pulling you through a throat made of folded space and quantum shear. Every cell in your body had to phase lock or it would drift apart at the subatomic level. Neural liquefaction. They'd shown him the photographs during orientation. A crew of 8 rendered into a biological slurry, still conscious, still screaming through liquefied vocal cords for 6 minutes before the CNS finally dissolved. Only certain people could survive the swallow, only bloodlines with the right pedigree. "Full resonance," Ward said. Casey opened his eyes. The helix chamber was no longer a room, it was a throat. The walls contracted. The brass fixtures bent inward. His hands in the interface sleeves felt like they were melting into the ship, becoming part of the superstructure, his veins threading into the fuel lines, his neurons splicing into the nav grid. The jump. Silence. Then the ship landed in a different star system 400 light-years away, and Casey Klein tasted copper and ozone and the particular flavour of aristocratic DNA doing what it was designed to do. He pulled his hands from the sleeves. 12 puncture wounds wept clear fluid. Ward was already moving forward with the medical kit, her face composed, professional. She'd seen his blood 1,000 times. She knew its signature better than he did. "Clean jump," she said, dabbing antiseptic on his wrists. "No anomalies." Pike stepped forward from the shadows. "Time to destination?" 46 hours sublight, Casey said. His voice came out raw. Jumping always felt like swallowing glass on the way back. "The monitoring array is in the outer system. We'll dock, refuel, review the weekly audit logs." He rolled his shoulders, felt his spine crackle back into alignment. "Standard rotation." There's nothing standard about this rotation. Pike's face hadn't changed, but something in his voice had. A frequency shift Casey had learned to recognise over 6 years of service. It meant Pike had already read something in the logs that was going to ruin someone's life. Ward sealed the medical kit with a pneumatic hiss. "Jonah, if you're about to tell us we flew 400 light-years for another dilution scare..." "Not a dilution." Pike pulled a data slate from his jacket. The jacket was black wool, cut in a style that hadn't changed in 300 years. All compliance officers wore them. Tradition, weight, the uniform of the auditor. 6 hours ago, the outer rim arrays detected a helix signature. Casey felt the temperature drop. Not literally. The environmental controls kept the chamber at exactly 18.3 degrees Celsius, but the kind of cold that starts in the gut. "Which house?" he asked. "That's the problem." Pike's thumb moved across the slate. Data scrolled. Genetic markers, resonance frequencies, the telltale shimmer of an FTL wake. "The signature is clean. No neural bleed. No resonance backlash. Textbook phase lock." He looked up. His eyes were the colour of freezer-burnt meat. "But the ship is a Mark 7 sublight hauler, 40 years old, registered to an independent operator named Shane Rook." The name meant nothing. The words meant everything. Ward's hand stopped halfway to her tablet. "That's impossible." "The signature doesn't lie," Pike said. "Then the registry's wrong. He's operating under an alias. False documentation. It happens. I ran his genetic records." Pike held up the slate. The data looked like a family tree collapsed into a straight line. Shane Michael Rook, born on Hess Station. Mother, deceased, sublight mechanic. Father, unknown. No elite ancestry. No registered training. No academy credentials. His voice dropped half an octave. No helix markers in his entire genetic history. Casey stood. The interface sleeves hissed as they retracted into the mahogany panel. "You're telling me a cargo pilot with no bloodline jumped a helix field?" "I'm telling you he survived it." The chamber felt smaller. The amber light felt less like whiskey and more like something rotting in a jar. Ward had her tablet open now, fingers moving too fast, pulling up files that shouldn't exist, cross-referencing databases that were supposed to be air-gapped from the public nets. If he has no markers, his nervous system should have liquefied the moment the drive, engaged. Even proximity to an active field causes neural hemorrhaging in the unqualified. I know what it causes, Casey said. He'd seen it. 3rd year at the academy. A maintenance tech had entered a HELIX chamber during pre-flight without clearance. They'd found him convulsing on the floor, eyes bleeding, trying to claw his way out of his own skin. He'd lasted 4 minutes. How far did he jump? Pike scrolled. 73 light years. Christ. Clean insertion, clean exit. The wake signature shows no degradation. Pike looked at Casey the way a pathologist looks at a tumour that shouldn't be malignant but is. He piloted that jump better than half the licensed navigators in the registry. The low-frequency hum was gone, but Casey could still feel it in his bones. An echo. A ghost frequency. Where is he now? Casey asked. The jump terminated near the Ferris Reach. We lost his transponder 40 minutes ago. He's running dark. Pike folded the slate closed with a sound like a coffin ceiling. The Order issued a protocol HELIX Black at 0400 hours. Ward's face went the colour of the mahogany panels. They classified him black? Protocol HELIX Black wasn't a manhunt. It was an erasure. Casey had participated in 2 during his career. Both times the targets had been elite families accused of bloodline dilution. Children born with compromised markers, evidence of unsanctioned breeding outside the approved houses. The protocol was simple. Capture, audit, sterilise the lineage, destroy the records, make it like they never existed. They want him alive, Pike said. For now. And after. Ward's voice was steady, but her hands weren't. The tablet trembled against her chest. Pike didn't answer. Casey moved to the observation port, a narrow slit of reinforced glass that looked out onto the void. The stars here were different than the ones near Earth. Colder, more distant. He could see the faint shimmer of their own jump wake dispersing into the black, an oil-slick smear of extra-dimensional residue. Beautiful, forbidden. He thought about Shane Rook, a name he'd never heard, a man who shouldn't exist, a cargo pilot in an obsolete hauler who'd somehow threaded his nervous system through a quantum shear field and survived. He doesn't know what he's done, Casey said quietly. No, Pike agreed, but he will. Behind them, the HELIX chamber's bioluminescent veins pulsed once, twice, then went dark. The ship settled into the low idle of sublight travel. The mahogany panels returned to being just wood, expensive, dead, decorative. Casey turned from the window. Assemble the retrieval team. We dock in 46 hours. I want full genetic workup, historical lineage scan, and a probability model for how this happened. And when we find him? Ward asked. Casey looked at the interface sleeves, at the 12 puncture wounds in his wrists that were already beginning to scab over, at the proof of his birthright written in coagulating blood. We ask him how he heard the stars singing, Casey said, and then we make sure no one else ever does. He walked toward the bulkhead door. Pike and Ward followed. The HELIX chamber sealed behind them with the pneumatic whisper of a tomb closing. 47 decks below in the security hold, Asset Grey stood at attention in the dark. He was alone. He was always alone. His genetic code was 43% HELIX compatible. Close enough to survive proximity to the drives, not close enough to pilot. He'd been engineered that way. A buffer, a heat sink, disposable capital. He'd been listening to the jump. He always listened. And for the first time in his 6 years of operational deployment, he'd felt something. Not pain, not the usual neural bleed. He'd felt the choir, and it had sounded like his name. The Ferris Reach looked like God had given up halfway through creating a solar system. Shane Rook's hands wouldn't stop shaking. He'd wrapped them around a mug of recycled coffee 3 hours ago, and the liquid had gone cold against his palms, but he couldn't let go. If he let go, he'd have to look at them, at the way the skin had gone translucent during the jump, veins glowing blue-white like fibre-optic cable. like his entire circulatory system had been trying to escape through his pores. The derelict courier sat in his cargo bay like a tumour. He'd towed it in thinking, what? Salvage rights? A quick flip to the scrappers on Hess Station? Stupid. Greedy. The kind of thinking that got independent operators killed. He should have left it spinning in the dark. The ship's registration was burned off. The hull plating was old stock pre-collapse manufacturing, worth maybe 6 months of fuel if he could find a buyer who didn't ask questions. He'd run the serial numbers through every grey market database he could access. Nothing. The ship didn't exist, except it did. And when he'd climbed into the cockpit to check for salvageable nav systems, the interface sleeves had opened. Not mechanically, not with the hiss of hydraulics or the click of unsealing locks. They'd opened the way a hand opens to receive something it's been waiting for. The mahogany panels had exhaled, and Shane, who'd spent 32 years being told his DNA was industrial grade, had put his hands inside. The needles had felt like coming home. His transponder screen flickered. He'd shut down everything non-essential 4 hours ago, running dark, venting heat, trying to become invisible against the radiation signature of the Ferris Reacher's asteroid belt. But the screen kept flickering, not a malfunction. Someone was pinging him, not broadcasting, not hailing, pinging, like sonar, like something was feeling for him in the dark. Shane set down the mug. His hands were still shaking. He pulled up the diagnostic overlay and his stomach dropped through the deck plating. 3 contacts, capital class, running a search pattern 20,000 kilometres out, tightening the net every 6 minutes. They weren't here for salvage. The comm panel crackled. Independent operator Shane Rook. This is Retrieval Group Sierra 7 under Covenant authority. You're instructed to activate your transponder and maintain current position. Any attempt to manoeuvre will be interpreted as... Shane killed the receiver. His Mark 7 hauler wasn't built for evasion. It was built for the slow, economical burn between stations. The kind of flying where you calculated fuel costs down to the milliliter and ate NutriPaste for 3 months to afford new heat shielding. The engines could maybe give him 2 sustained burns before the core started cooking itself. The derelict courier in his cargo bay had a HELIX drive. Shane looked at his hands. The translucence had faded, but he could still see it, under the skin, like his body remembered being something else. You heard the stars singing. That's what it had felt like. Not instructions, not data. A choir moving through his nervous system, bypassing his brain entirely, speaking directly to something deeper, older, something written into his cells before he was born. He jumped 73 light years. He didn't know how he knew the distance, but he knew it the way you know your own name. The comm panel crackled again. Final warning. Power down your engines and prepare for boarding. This is not a negotiation. Shane stood. His legs felt wrong, like the bones had been replaced with something lighter. He moved through the cramped corridor of his hauler toward the cargo bay. The derelict courier sat in the centre, magnetic clamps holding it steady, its hull reflecting nothing. Light seemed to slide off it. He shouldn't get back inside. He shouldn't. The interface sleeves would still be open. 40,000 kilometres away, Commander Casey Klein stood in the operations centre of the Hierophant, watching the tactical display with the focused stillness of a man who'd learned patience was a weapon. He's not responding, said the comms officer, a young woman whose uniform was so new it still had factory creases. He heard us, Casey said. Then why? Because he knows. Casey folded his arms. The puncture wounds on his wrists had healed to pale pink marks. By tomorrow they'd be invisible. Privilege written in regenerating tissue. Pull up his registry, everything, birth records, employment history, medical files. The tactical display shifted. Shane Rook's life condensed into bullet points. Born, Hess Station, Sector 47. J parents, Nora Rook, Deceased, mechanical failure. Father, unlisted education, station standard through age 16. Employment, 23 cargo contracts, all sublight, 94% on-time delivery rate. Medical, standard vaccinations, no genetic augmentation, no enhancement packages. Criminal record, 2 violations for unlicensed salvage, fines paid, a ghost. The kind of person who moved through the system so quietly you could watch him your whole life and never actually see him. "Where's his genetic workup?" Casey asked. Dr. Ward stepped forward. She'd been silent since they'd entered the Ferris Reach, her face locked in the expression of someone trying to solve an equation that had too many variables. "I ran it twice. His public medical records show standard human baseline. No HELIX markers, no compatible alleles, nothing that should allow neural phase lock." "Should," Pike said from the shadows. He was always in the shadows. "But he jumped anyway." "I need his blood," Ward said. "Actual sample. The genetic data in the public nets is decades old, could be corrupted." "You'll get it." Casey turned to the comms officer. "Broadcast on all channels. Tell him we're here to help. Tell him the ship he salvaged is experimental, potentially dangerous, and we need to secure it before he hurts himself." The officer's fingers moved across her console. The lie transmitted at light speed. Pike moved closer to the tactical display. His face was inches from Shane Rook's employment history, eyes scanning the data the way a predator reads tracks. 23 contracts, all legitimate. He's a licensed operator, pays his port fees, files his manifests on time. He looked at Casey. He's been invisible his entire life. Now he's the most visible thing in the sector. "Visibility kills," Casey said quietly. "Not always." Pike's voice dropped. "Sometimes it awakens." The tactical display pulsed. Shane Rook's hauler had moved. "He's burning," the comms officer said, voice rising. "Full thrust toward the asteroid belt." "Intercept course," Casey ordered. "Don't let him get into that debris field. If he starts playing hide-and-seek with the rocks, we'll be here for days." The Hierophant shifted. Thousands of tons of Covenant Authority engineering pivoting with the grace of something built by people who'd never had to check a price tag. The burn was smooth, efficient. The kind of acceleration that would have torn Shane Rook's hauler apart. "He's not going to make it," Ward said. She'd pulled up the performance specs for a Mark 7. "His engines can't sustain that burn. He'll cook his core in 9 minutes." "He knows," Pike said. "Then what's he—" The tactical display shrieked. Not literally. The speakers didn't make a sound, but every alarm in the operation center triggered simultaneously. The screens filled with static, then cleared, then filled with something that looked like static's shadow. "HELIX signature," the comms officer whispered. "Active field generation." "From which ship?" Casey demanded. "The hauler? No, the courier. Both. I can't—" The wake appeared on visual, even through the reinforced observation ports, even across 40,000 kilometers of void they could see it. An oil-slick smear of extra-dimensional residue spreading across the black like a wound opening in space itself. Shane Rook jumped. The silence in the operations center had weight. Ward spoke first, voice barely audible. He just piloted a jump while running full burn in a salvage ship with no calibration, no pre-flight resonance check, no... "Track him," Casey said. "We can't. The wake signature disperses in 6 minutes, and he could have gone anywhere within 140 light years." "Dr. Ward." Casey's voice was soft, dangerous. The tone he used when he needed people to remember what his bloodline could do and theirs couldn't. "We have 3 HELIX-certified pilots on this ship. We have monitoring arrays feeding us real-time wake analysis from 17 star systems. We have the largest genetic database in colonized space." He turned to face her. "Find him." Ward's hands moved across her tablet. Her fingers were shaking. "The wake signature shows. He didn't jump far. Maybe 12, 15 light years. The resonance pattern is... She stopped. What? It's clean. Cleaner than our jump. No neural bleed, no sympathetic vibration. No. She looked up. Her face had gone the colour of recycled paper. Commander, I've been analysing HELIX resonance patterns for 16 years. This jump is cleaner than anything I've ever seen from a first-year Academy pilot. It's cleaner than your jump. The operation centre was silent. Pike stepped forward. Scan the adjacent systems. Look for drive signatures, heat blooms, anything that suggests a ship coming out of FTL. You'll need to vent heat, recalibrate. He can't jump again immediately. How do you know? The comms officer asked. Pike's face didn't change. Because no one can. The human nervous system needs 6 hours minimum to recover from phase lock. It's not training, it's biology. He looked at Casey. Even his biology. But Casey was staring at the wake signature on the tactical display, at the way it shimmered and folded and dispersed into quantum nothing, at the beauty of it, at the threat of it. Ready the intercept team, Casey said. Full genetic audit equipment, biological containment protocols, and sender. Priority transmission to Covenant Central. What classification? The comms officer asked. Casey watched the wake signature collapse. Tell them we've confirmed the anomaly. Tell them Shane Rook isn't just compatible. He turned from the observation port. Tell them he's better. 15 light years away, Shane Rook pulled his hands from the interface sleeves and vomited across the deck plating. The jump had felt like being born, like every cell in his body had been pulled apart and reconstructed according to some blueprint he'd never seen but had always carried. The choir was still singing in his bones. He tried to stand. His legs wouldn't work. He crawled out of the courier's cockpit on his hands and knees, dragging himself through his own cargo bay, leaving a trail of sweat and bile. His hauler's emergency system was screaming. The burn had pushed the engines past redline. The core temperature was critical. He had maybe 30 minutes before the whole ship became a radiation hazard. Shane collapsed against the bulkhead. His vision was doubling, tripling, trying to show him the same space from multiple angles simultaneously. He could feel the system he'd jumped to. 3 planets, a dying star, an asteroid belt rich with frozen methane. He could feel it the way you feel a room in the dark. He'd never been here before. He knew it anyway. His comm panel was flashing. Incoming transmission. Wide band. Non-encrypted. Shane reached up and activated it with a trembling hand. Rook, this is Commander Casey Klein of Covenant Authority Ship Hierophant. We tracked your jump. We know where you are. You have something that doesn't belong to you. Shane's laugh came out broken. Everything I own doesn't belong to me. Static. Then, you piloted a HELIX drive. Yeah. Without training, without genetic certification, without... The voice stopped. When it came back, it was quieter, almost gentle. Shane, do you understand what that means? It means I'm dead. It means you're important. A pause. We're not here to hurt you. We're here to understand. The ship you salvaged, where did you find it? Shane closed his eyes. The choir was fading, but he could still hear it. A harmonic echo in his spinal fluid. Does it matter? He asked. Yes. Why? The silence stretched. Then, because you're not the first, Commander Klein said, and we need to make sure you're the last. The transmission cut. Shane sat in the dark of his dying ship, listening to the core temperature alarms, feeling the ghost choir in his bones, and understanding, finally, horribly, that he'd never been invisible at all. He'd been erased, and somewhere, someone had kept the receipts. In the security hold of the Hierophant, Asset Grey stood at attention. He'd been standing for 6 hours. His joints didn't ache. They'd been engineered not to. But something else ached. When Shane Rook had jumped, Grey had felt it. Not the detection algorithms, not the monitoring arrays. Him. His nervous system had resonated. For 6 perfect seconds he'd heard the choir, and it had sounded like a door opening. Gray looked at his hands. Standard military augmentation, reinforced bones, enhanced reflexes, 43% HELIX compatible, disposable, buffer. He'd been designed to die so better men could live. But Shane Rook wasn't a better man. He was a cargo pilot, industrial-grade DNA, grounded majority, and he'd piloted a jump that made the Academy graduates look like children. Gray pressed his palm against the bulkhead. The metal was cold. Through it, 12 decks up, he could feel the dormant HELIX drive. Sleeping, waiting, listening. He pulled his hand back. There were needles under his skin now. Not real needles, not yet. But the memory of them, the promise of them. Asset Gray stood at attention in the dark and felt, for the first time in 6 years, like something other than capital. He felt like a key. Dr. Celine Ward hadn't slept in 34 hours. The genetic sequencer hummed like a hymn in the wrong key. She stood in the laboratory. They called it a laboratory, but it was really a morgue with better lighting, watching Shane Rook's DNA spiral across 3 holographic displays. The data twisted and folded like something alive trying to escape the screens. It was beautiful. It was wrong. She'd taken the blood sample herself 6 hours ago when they'd finally cornered him in the Viridian Belt. He hadn't fought, hadn't run. He'd just sat in his failing hauler with the core temperature approaching meltdown and let them cut the engines, mag-lock his hull, and board. When Casey Klein had entered the cargo hold with Pike and a containment team, Shane Rook had been sitting on the deck plating with his back against the derelict courier, hands resting palms up on his knees like he was meditating, or surrendering. "I heard them," he'd said before anyone could speak. "The stars. They were singing." Casey had gone very still. The kind of stillness Ward had learned meant he was recalculating everything he thought he knew. "What did they sound like?" Casey had asked. Shane had smiled. His lips were cracked, bleeding from dehydration, like they'd been waiting. Now his blood was singing across Ward's screens, and she couldn't make it stop. She pulled up the genetic markers for HELIX compatibility. There were 47 distinct alleles that contributed to neural phase lock capability. The Order had spent 2 centuries identifying, isolating, and concentrating them through carefully managed breeding programs. The houses weren't families. They were cultivars. Human beings grown like orchids. Shane Rook should have none of these markers. He had 43. But they were wrong. Not absent. Not damaged. Masked. Ward zoomed into the genomic structure, her hands moving across the haptic interface, pulling chromosomes apart like she was dissecting something that used to be alive. There, wrapped around the HELIX markers like chains, were suppressor sequences, artificial, deliberate. Someone had taken Shane Rook's genetic heritage and encrypted it. The lab door opened. "You look like shit," Pike said. He was carrying 2 cups of coffee. He set one on her workstation without asking if she wanted it. She did. "I've been looking at the same impossible data for 6 hours, Ward said. She didn't turn around. "Tell me I'm hallucinating." Pike moved closer. His reflection appeared in the holographic displays, his face overlaid with Shane Rook's DNA like a ghost haunting a graveyard. He studied the data with the patient focus of a man who'd spent his career finding errors in bloodlines. "Suppressor sequences," he said after a moment. "Yes." "Artificially introduced." "Yes." "How old?" Ward pulled up the genomic dating analysis. Numbers made her hands cold. 4 generations, maybe 5. Pike was silent for 30 seconds. When he spoke, his voice had no inflection at all. Someone scrambled his bloodline. "Not scrambled," Ward gestured at the screen. "Look at the precision. This isn't damage. This is surgery. Someone took a HELIX-compatible genome and wrapped it in suppressor sequences so elegant they'd been reproducing for 4 generations without degrading. She finally turned to face him. "Jonah, this is military-grade genetic encryption. Pre-collapse engineering, maybe earlier." "Earlier than the collapse?" Pike's face remained blank, but something moved behind his eyes. Recognition. Or horror. It would mean Shane Rook descends from someone who had access to genetic engineering that predates the founding of the Order. Ward picked up the coffee. It was already cold. She drank it anyway. It would mean his ancestors weren't excluded from HELIX travel. They were erased from it. The lab felt smaller. Pike pulled out his data slate. His fingers moved across the surface with surgical precision, pulling up records that Ward didn't have clearance to access. Genealogical databases, historical registries, files marked with classification codes she'd only seen twice in her career. "There's a gap," Pike said quietly, "in the historical records. First generation post-collapse, when the Order was consolidating control over HELIX technology." He looked up. 17 bloodlines were registered as founding houses, but the genetic diversity analysis suggests there should have been at least 23 distinct lineages. 6 missing families? Not missing, Pike's voice dropped. Erased. The records call it the First Schism, internal dispute over access protocols. The winning faction argued that HELIX compatibility needed to be strictly controlled to prevent neural plague, genetic degradation, mass psychosis. He scrolled through data that looked like epitaphs. The losing faction wanted to broaden access, gradually train more pilots, democratize FTL capability. Ward felt something cold settle in her chest. What happened to them? Pike didn't answer. He pulled up an image instead. It was a photograph. Actual film, pre-digital, the kind of artifact that survived the collapse because it was too primitive to be stored in systems that failed. The image showed a group of people standing in front of a building with columns, expensive clothes, confident postures. The architecture behind them was old Earth, pre-spacefaring, the kind of institutional weight that said we were here first and we'll be here last. 23 people in the photograph. Pike zoomed in on 6 of them. He tapped the screen and biographical data appeared. Names, birth dates, genetic markers. Then he pulled up Shane Rook's DNA and overlaid it on the image. The match probability was 87%. "Oh Christ," Ward whispered. The 6 who argued for open access were purged, Pike said. His voice had gone quiet, clinical, the tone he used when he was describing people he'd erased. Their genetic records were scrubbed. Their descendants were tagged with suppressor sequences and pushed into the grounded populations. The official story was that they'd voluntarily withdrawn from the Order due to genetic incompatibility concerns. He looked at Ward. But they didn't withdraw. They were rewritten. Ward stared at the photograph, at the 6 people who'd been turned into ghosts, at Shane Rook's DNA singing across her screens like a resurrection. "How many?" she asked. "How many descendants?" Pike's fingers moved. The data slate calculated, cross-referenced, projected population distribution over 5 generations. Conservative estimate, 40,000, he looked up. And that's just the ones with clean lineage tracking. If we account for genetic drift, unrecorded births, off-grid populations, he stopped. Maybe 500,000 people carrying suppressed HELIX markers. The lab was very quiet. Ward thought about her career. 16 years managing bloodline purity programs. 16 years ensuring the genetic gate stayed locked. She'd pruned family trees. She'd classified children as incompatible based on fractional marker variations. She'd signed sterilization orders. She'd called it science. "We need to tell Commander Klein," Ward said. "No." She turned. Pike's face was still blank, but his hands had closed around the data slate like he was strangling it. Jonah, think about what you're saying. His voice was very soft. We tell Casey that Shane Rook isn't an anomaly. He's proof that the Order committed generational genetic warfare against its own people. We tell him that 500,000 humans are walking around with encrypted HELIX compatibility. We tell him that everything he believes about biological hierarchy is built on a lie. Pike's knuckles had gone white. What do you think happens next? The truth. The truth is a weapon, Selena, and we don't get to choose who fires it. Ward opened her mouth, closed it, thought about Protocol HELIX Black, about containment, about the word erasure, and what it meant when applied to people. Shane Rook is in interrogation right now, she said quietly. What do you think Casey's asking him? Pike looked at the photograph, at the 6 ghosts who'd wanted to democratize the stars. He's asking him if he knows what he is, Pike said. And when Shane says no, Casey will have to decide if that ignorance is a mercy or a threat. The interrogation room wasn't a room. It was a pressure chamber disguised as courtesy. Casey sat across from Shane Rook at a table made from the same genetically synthesized mahogany as the HELIX chamber. The wood was warm, expensive, the kind of surface that reminded you who had the resources to grow trees in space. Shane looked smaller than his file suggested. 32 years old, but his face had the weathered quality of someone who'd spent his life in artificial gravity and recycled air. His hands rested on the table, palms down. The skin was still faintly translucent. Casey could see the blue map of his veins. "You're not under arrest," Casey said. It was technically true. Protocol HELIX Black wasn't an arrest. It was a biological quarantine. We're just trying to understand what happened. Shane didn't respond. His eyes were focused on the middle distance, like he was listening to something no one else could hear. "The ship you salvaged," Casey continued. "Where did you find it?" "Drifting near the Ferro Reach trade corridor." Shane's voice was rough. "No transponder, no registry. I thought it was abandoned." "Did you see any identification? Corporate marks? House insignia?" The hull plating was burned clean, Casey made a note on his tablet. "When you boarded the ship, what did you find?" "Empty. No crew, no cargo, just the cockpit and the drive." "And you activated the interface?" Shane's hands tensed, almost imperceptible. "The interface activated me." Casey set down his tablet. "What does that mean?" "It means I didn't press anything. I didn't initialize anything. I just..." Shane stopped. His eyes refocused on Casey. "I put my hands in the sleeves and the ship knew me." "Ships don't know people, Mr. Rook." That one did. The pressure chamber contracted. Not physically, psychologically. Casey felt it in his chest. The weight of a conversation approaching a cliff. "Describe the jump," Casey said. "It felt like..." Shane's jaw worked. "Like every cell in my body was being read. Not scanned. Read. Like the drive was checking me against some kind of template." He looked at his hands, and when it found what it was looking for, it sang. Casey's blood went cold. "What did it sing?" "My name." Shane looked up. His eyes were very clear. "Not Shane Rook. My real name. The one written in my DNA." The door opened. Pike entered first, moving with his usual silent precision. Ward followed, her face locked in an expression Casey had never seen before. Not horror, worse, certainty. "Commander," Pike said, "we need to speak with you." "I'm in the middle of..." "Now." Casey stood. Shane didn't move, didn't react. He was still staring at his hands like they belonged to someone else. The corridor outside interrogation was empty. Ward pulled up her tablet before Casey could ask questions. The genetic data appeared. Spirals and markers and suppressor sequences that looked like chains. "He's not an anomaly," Ward said without preamble. "He's a descendant." Casey felt the floor tilt. Descendant of what? Of the first schism. Pike's voice was flat. Empty. the voice of a man who'd looked into a grave and found his own reflection. The 6 bloodlines that were purged for arguing against HELIX exclusivity, they weren't sterilized, they were encrypted. Someone wrapped their genetic markers in suppressor sequences and pushed them into the grounded populations. That's impossible. It happened. Ward thrust the tablet toward him. Look at the precision. This is institutional-level genetic engineering. Military, pre-collapse, someone with access to the earliest HELIX research decided to hide these bloodlines instead of destroying them. Casey stared at the data, at Shane Rook's DNA singing like something that had been buried alive and was finally clawing toward light. How many? He asked. 500,000, Pike said. Conservative estimate. The corridor was very cold. We have to contain this, Casey said. His voice came from somewhere distant. Procedural. Full information blackout. Shane Rook goes into deep quarantine. We scrub his genetic records, seal his files. Casey, Ward's voice was sharp. You're not listening. This isn't one person. This is 500,000 people walking around with the genetic capacity to pilot HELIX drives. 500,000 people who've been deliberately excluded from the only form of power that matters in this galaxy. Then we find them, Casey heard himself say. We audit the genetic databases, flag the suppressor sequences, track down every descendant, and do what? Ward's hands were shaking. The tablet trembled. Sterilize them? All of them? Kill 500,000 people to preserve a lie? To preserve order? The word came out harder than Casey intended. You think the galaxy survives if FTL travel suddenly opens to anyone with the right DNA? You think the houses will give up logistic sovereignty peacefully? We'll have wars, trade collapse, HELIX drives running on untrained pilots who liquefy themselves and everyone aboard. That's the justification they used 200 years ago, Pike said quietly. The first schism. The purged bloodlines argued for gradual democratization, training programs, expansion of access. The winning faction said it would cause chaos. He looked at Casey. They said it was necessary. It was necessary. Was it? Ward's voice cracked. Or was it just easier? Easier to control everything if only 20 people could move between stars. Easier to maintain power if you convinced everyone else they were biologically inferior? Casey felt something fracturing. Not in the corridor. Inside him. You're talking about dismantling the entire structure of galactic civilization. I'm talking about telling the truth, Ward said. The truth isn't always survival. Neither is a lie. They stood in the cold corridor, surrounded by the hum of a ship built by people who believed their blood made them better. Above them, 12 decks up, the HELIX drive slept. Below them, in interrogation, Shane Rook sat with his hands on expensive mahogany, listening to a song no one had taught him. What did the Order tell you to do with him? Ward asked quietly. Casey didn't answer. Pike did. Protocol HELIX Black. Terminate the anomaly. Destroy the genetic data. Erase the records. Are you going to do it? Ward was looking at Casey now. Really looking. Not at his rank. Not at his bloodline. At him. Casey thought about the interface sleeves. About the needles entering his wrists. About the 647 times he'd survived. The jump because his ancestors had been on the winning side of a schism 2 centuries ago. He thought about Shane Rook hearing stars sing. I don't know, Casey said. It was the first honest thing he'd said in 16 years of service. In the security hold, Asset Grey pressed his palms against the bulkhead and felt 12 decks up, the HELIX drive, sleeping. 7 decks down, interrogation, where Shane Rook sat. Between them, the ship's superstructure, humming with power and movement and the biological lock that kept everything in place. Grey closed his eyes. The resonance was getting stronger. Not louder, deeper. He could feel the harmonic frequency of the drive, could feel Shane Rook's nervous system still singing from the jump, could feel. His own hands began to glow, faintly, blue-white, the veins visible through the skin, 43% compatible, disposable. Gray opened his eyes and looked at his glowing hands. The number had changed. He didn't know how he knew, but he knew. Just like he knew the needles were waiting. Just like he knew the door was opening. Just like he knew, finally, horribly, beautifully, that he'd never been a buffer at all. He'd been a seed, and someone had just watered the grave. The HELIX chamber had become a chapel for dead gods. Casey stood in the amber light with his hands at his side, staring at the interface sleeves. They were open, waiting. The mahogany panels breathed, faint bioluminescence pulsing like a heartbeat that belonged to something he'd stopped believing in. 3 hours ago, he'd received the final directive. The transmission had come through encrypted channels, routed through 7 relay stations, compressed into a data burst that existed for exactly 4 seconds before the ship's security protocols ate it. But Casey had read it, memorized it, felt each word settle into his bones like radiation. Protocol HELIX Black. Final authorization. Subject: Shane Michael Rook. Directive: Biological termination. Approved. Genetic data to be destroyed. All samples incinerated. Registry scrubbed. Ship logs edited to remove contact record. Justification: preservation of HELIX exclusivity paramount to galactic stability. Anomaly represents existential threat to logistics sovereignty. Timeline: execute within 12 hours. Witness protocol: none required. The order thanks you for your service. Casey had read it 3 times. Then he'd walked to the HELIX chamber and stood here, in the amber light, trying to remember why he'd believed. The door opened behind him. You're not supposed to be here. Casey didn't turn around. He knew Ward's footsteps, knew the particular rhythm of someone who'd spent 16 years walking through laboratories where she decided who belonged in the future. Neither are you, Ward said. She moved beside him, her tablet pressed against her chest like always. It's 300 hours. You should be in your quarters, sleeping, preparing for... She stopped. For the execution, Casey finished. Ward was quiet for a long moment. Then, is that what you're doing? I don't know what I'm doing. The HELIX chamber hummed. The low-frequency sound that lived in bones and marrow. Casey had heard it 647 times. It used to sound like purpose. Now it sounded like a door he'd been standing on the wrong side of his entire life. I've been thinking about the first schism, Ward said. Her voice was careful, clinical. The tone she used when she was trying to make horror sound like data. The historical records are sparse, but I found something in the archived medical files, casualty reports from the purge. Don't. 417 deaths, Ward continued. Officially classified as neural degradation due to genetic incompatibility. But the autopsies show something different. They show... Her voice cracked, just slightly. They show people who were liquefied after their genetic markers were suppressed, not before. Casey's hands closed into fists. What are you saying? I'm saying the Order didn't just erase 6 bloodlines. They tested them first. They wanted to see if the suppressor sequences would work, if they could turn HELIX-compatible DNA into something inert. Ward's tablet screen glowed in the amber light. 417 people died in the field trials. Men, women, children. They died so the Order could perfect the encryption. Stop. And then, once it worked, they released the survivors into the grounded populations and called it mercy. Ward finally looked at him. Her eyes were red. Not from crying, Ward didn't cry, from not sleeping. From looking at data until it turned into ghosts. Casey, we're not the guardians. We're the heirs to a genocide. The chamber felt smaller. The mahogany panels felt closer, like a coffin closing. "What do you want me to do?" Casey's voice came out rough. "Refuse the order? Become a traitor? Let Shane Rook walk out of here and broadcast the truth to every fringe system in the sector?" He turned to face her. "You think that saves anyone? You think the order just accepts it? They'll classify us as anomalies. They'll send another retrieval team, and another, until everyone who knows is erased." "I know." Ward set her tablet down on the interface console. The genetic data glowed, Shane Rook's DNA still singing. "But I also know I can't be the person who makes this decision anymore." "Then who can?" "I don't know, but it's not me, and it's not you." She looked at the interface sleeves. "We're too far inside the machine to see what it's built on." The door opened again. Pike stood in the threshold, backlit by corridor lighting. His face was half shadow, half amber. He looked like something that existed between states, between execution and mercy. "He's asking for you," Pike said. "Who?" "Shane Rook. He says he needs to show you something." The interrogation room had changed. The mahogany table was still there, expensive and dead. But Shane Rook had moved. He stood now with his back to the wall, his hands pressed flat against the metal bulkhead. His eyes were closed. His breathing was slow, rhythmic, like meditation or prayer. The veins in his arms were glowing. "Jesus Christ," Ward whispered. Casey felt the floor tilt. "How long has he been like this?" 17 minutes, Pike said. He was standing in the doorway, data slate in hand, recording everything, always recording. "He started during the last watch change. Said he could feel the ship breathing. Ships don't breathe." "That's what I told him." Pike's voice was very flat. "He said ours does." Shane's eyes opened. They were wrong, not damaged, not diseased. Wrong. The whites had taken on a faint blue-white luminescence, like his entire vascular system was trying to become visible. When he looked at Casey, there was recognition there. Not of Casey the person, of Casey the pattern. "You've jumped 647 times, Shane said. Casey went cold. "How do you know that?" "I can feel the resonance in your nervous system. Every jump leaves a mark, a harmonic scar." Shane's hands pressed harder against the bulkhead. "The ship counts them. The drive remembers." "Shane." Ward stepped forward, her clinical mask cracking. "What's happening to you?" "I'm waking up." He smiled. It wasn't a happy expression. "Or maybe I've been awake this whole time and everyone else is sleeping. I can't tell anymore." Pike moved into the room, slowly. The way you approach something that might be dangerous or might be fragile. "You said you needed to show Commander Klein something." "Yeah." Shane pulled his hands from the wall. The metal bulkhead was warm where he'd touched it. Not hot, warm, like body temperature, like the ship had been responding. "I need to show him what we are." "What you are," Casey corrected. "No." Shane's eyes were very clear, very certain. "What we are. All of us. Everyone with the markers. Everyone they encrypted and erased and pushed into the dark." He looked at his glowing hands. "We're not anomalies. We're not errors. We're the original design." "That's not possible." "Why not?" Shane's voice was gentle, almost kind. "Because they told you so? Because the Order wrote it in their pretty books and grew it into their mahogany panels and sang it in their academies." He stepped forward. "Casey, Commander, whatever you want me to call you, I'm going to tell you something true and it's going to hurt. Don't." The HELIX drives weren't designed for one bloodline. Shane's hands were shaking now, not from fear, from effort, like he was holding something too heavy. They were designed for all of us, for humanity, the exclusivity, the genetic lock that came after. The Order didn't discover HELIX compatibility. They narrowed it. Ward made a sound, not quite a gasp, not quite a sob. "Prove it," Casey said. Shane held out his hand. On his palm, written in bioluminescent blue-white, was a string of numbers, genetic markers, 47 distinct alleles glowing like they'd been tattooed in starlight. Ward pulled out her tablet. Her hands were shaking so badly she nearly dropped it. She scanned Shane's palm, cross-referenced the markers, ran them through the historical databases. The tablet chirped. The match probability was 100%. "These are the original HELIX markers," Ward whispered, "the ones documented in the earliest pre-collapse research. Before the Order consolidated. Before?" She looked up. "These are the markers from when HELIX technology was still public." "There was never going to be a monopoly," Shane said quietly. "The drives were supposed to be for everyone. The first schism wasn't about safety or stability. It was about power, about a handful of families deciding they'd rather rule a smaller kingdom than share a larger one." The interrogation room was very quiet. Casey thought about the interface sleeves, about the needles, about the 647 times he'd survived the swallow because his ancestors had chosen to lock the door. "If this is true," he said slowly, "then everyone we've audited, everyone we've classified as incompatible, was compatible all along," Pike finished. His voice had gone somewhere else, somewhere distant and cold and full of numbers. "Every child we sterilized, every bloodline we pruned, every family we erased." He looked at his data slate, at the thousands of audit reports, at his life's work. "We've been killing the future to preserve the past." "No," Casey's voice came out too loud. "No, that's not. We were protecting people. The neural liquefaction, the psychosis, the ships that were sabotaged," Shane interrupted, "or piloted by people who'd been taught their entire lives they couldn't do it, that they were biologically inferior, that trying would kill them." He stepped closer. "The Order didn't just lock the door, Casey. They convinced everyone on the other side that the door was a wall." Casey's hands were shaking now. He pressed them against the mahogany table. The wood was warm, alive, grown from genetic material that had been carefully curated for 300 years to remind people of their place. "Why are you telling me this?" Casey asked. "Because in 6 hours you're supposed to kill me." Shane's luminescent eyes were steady. "And I need you to understand what you'll be killing. The Order is scared." Shane smiled. Cold, sharp. Nothing like the small, invisible cargo pilot from the files. "They're not scared of what I can do. They're scared of what I represent. Proof that the lock was always a lie." The door opened. Security Asset Grey stood in the threshold. His hands were glowing, not faintly, not tentatively, blazing blue-white, veins standing out like fibre-optic cables, his entire vascular system visible through translucent skin. "Commander," Grey said. His voice was wrong, too resonant, like it was coming from somewhere deeper than his chest. "Permission to speak." Casey couldn't breathe. "Granted. I'm not 43% compatible anymore." Pike pulled up his data slate, ran the scan, stared at the results. 97%, Pike whispered. "You're 97% compatible." "I know." Grey looked at his hands, at the light bleeding through his skin. "I've been standing in the security hold for 6 hours, listening to the drive, and it's been listening to me." He looked up. "The suppressor sequences are breaking down, not just in me, in everyone. The resonance, Shane's jumps, they're triggering something, a cascade effect." Ward was already moving, pulling up fleet-wide medical reports. Her face went grey. 16 confirmed cases in the last 12 hours, she said. Enhanced neural activity, increased bioluminescence, elevated helix marker expression. She scrolled faster. "It's spreading. Everyone with suppressed compatibility markers. Everyone descended from the purged. Bloodlines. They're all starting to wake up." Casey felt reality tilting. "How many?" "We estimated 500,000 potential descendants." Ward's voice was shaking. "If the suppressor sequences are failing, If the resonance is contagious, she looked up. Within a week, maybe 10 million. Within a month, everyone. Every human being carrying even dormant helix markers. The door's opening, Shane said quietly, and you can't close it anymore. Pike dropped his data slate. The sound of it hitting the deck was very loud. They'll never let this happen, Pike said. His voice was empty, mechanical. The Order won't surrender logistic sovereignty. They'll call it a plague, a neural pandemic. They'll quarantine entire sectors. They'll sterilize populations. He stopped, looked at Casey. They'll do what we've always done, whatever's necessary. Is it? Ward asked. Necessary? I don't know anymore. Gray stepped into the room. His glowing hands left luminescent prints on the door frame. I was designed to be disposable, a buffer, heat sink capital. He looked at Casey. But I can hear them now, Commander. The stars. They're not singing names. They're singing numbers, coordinates, routes, paths between systems that the Order has never mapped because they were too busy protecting their monopoly. Stop. The drives want to be used, Gray continued. That's what I'm hearing. They're not exclusive. They're lonely. They've been waiting for enough pilots to make the network they were designed for. His luminescent eyes fixed on Casey. We're not a threat to galactic stability. We're the fulfillment of it. The galaxy was supposed to have millions of pilots, not dozens. Casey thought about the beautiful lie, about the mahogany panels and the leather-bound manuals and the weight of 300 years of carefully managed breeding, about the interface sleeves opening for his hands because his blood said he was better. He thought about Shane Rook sitting in a cargo hauler, hearing stars sing his real name. He thought about Asset Grey, engineered to die, glowing like a key that had finally found its lock. The directive says I have to kill you in 6 hours, Casey said quietly. Shane nodded. I know. It says I have to destroy the genetic data, scrub the records, make you disappear. I know. It says this is necessary. Is it? Casey looked at his hands, at the pale pink scars on his wrists where the needles went in, at the proof of his heritage written in healing tissue. 647 jumps. 647 times he'd been told he was special. 647 lies. No, Casey said. The word hung in the interrogation room like a detonation. Pike moved first. He picked up his data slate from where it had fallen, looked at the audit reports, at the thousands of files, at the proof of his life's work. Then he deleted them. All of them. Jonah, Ward started. If we're doing this, Pike said, we're burning everything. The genetic databases, the suppressor sequence protocols, the purge records, all of it. He looked at Casey. No evidence means no prosecution. They can't charge us with treason if we leave nothing to investigate. They'll kill us anyway. Probably, Pike almost smiled. But at least we'll die having told the truth. Ward pulled up her tablet. Accessed the secure research networks. Her fingers hovered over the delete commands. This is everything, she whispered. 16 years of genetic research, bloodline management protocols, everything I've built. It's built on graves, Shane said gently. Ward pressed delete. The screens went dark. Casey looked at Gray, at the engineered enforcer who was glowing like something divine. Can you fly? Casey asked. I don't know. We're going to find out. Casey turned to the comm panel, activated ship-wide address. His voice echoed through every corridor, every hold, every chamber of the Hierophant. This is Commander Klein. As of 0342 hours, Protocol Helix Black is rescinded, genetic quarantine is lifted, and I am formally announcing... He stopped, breathed, felt the weight lift. I am formally announcing that Helix compatibility is not exclusive. It never was. The genetic markers exist in millions of human beings, and we're going to teach them how to fly. Silence. Then, from somewhere deep in the ship, someone started laughing. Not happy laughter, the kind of laughter that happens when a pressure chamber finally breaks. Casey looked at Shane Rook, at the ghost who'd refused to stay buried. "You're going to show us," Casey said. "How to hear the stars, how to answer them, how to open the door," Shane smiled. "Yeah. And then?" "Then we signal the HELIX." Shane's luminescent eyes were very bright. "We broadcast the genetic markers, the suppressor sequence dissolution protocols, the truth." He held out his glowing hand. "We tell everyone with ears to hear that they have permission to fly." Casey took his hand. The resonance hit him like lightning. For the first time in 647 jumps, Casey Klein heard the stars singing. And they weren't singing his name. They were singing everyone's. In Covenant Central, 900 light-years away, the monitoring arrays went insane. HELIX signatures were appearing everywhere. Not one, not two, hundreds, thousands. A cascade of FTL jumps happening simultaneously across 17 sectors. Impossible, unauthorized, executed by people who shouldn't exist. The Order's Emergency Council convened in a room with mahogany panels and leather chairs, and the weight of 300 years pressing down like stone. They listened to the reports. They watched the network destabilize. They understood, finally, that the door they'd been guarding had never been locked at all. It had only been heavy, and now too many hands were pushing. The broadcast went out at 0400 hours, not as words, not as a manifesto, as data. Shane Rook stood in the HELIX chamber with his hands in the interface sleeves, feeding his DNA directly into the ship's communications array. The needles had gone deep, deeper than calibration required, until his blood was pumping through the ship's systems like it was part of the circulatory network. The Hierophant wasn't just transmitting, it was bleeding. Ward watched the data flow across her screens. Genetic markers, suppressor sequence dissolution protocols, historical records of the first schism, casualty reports from the Purge, 417 names, autopsy files showing people liquefied after encryption, not before. Everything. "Signal strength?" Casey asked. He stood beside the pilot's chair, hands gripping the brass railing. His knuckles were white. "We're punching through every relay station in the sector," Ward said. "Fleet channels, civilian nets, fringe terminals." She looked up. Her face was grey. "Casey, we're broadcasting to 40 billion. People? Good. They'll shut us down in minutes. Then we make those minutes count." Pike stood in the shadows near the bulkhead, data slate dark in his hands. He'd deleted everything. 16 years of audit reports gone. Thousands of files erased. He looked smaller now, like something that had been held together by structure, and without it was collapsing inward. "The Order is responding," Pike said quietly. "Emergency transmission. Maximum priority. There." He stopped. Listened to his earpiece. "They're ordering all HELIX certified pilots to stand down. They're classifying us as a rogue element. They're saying Shane Rook is a biological weapon designed to trigger neural plague." "Of course they are," Ward said. "It's the same justification they used 200 years ago." Shane's eyes were closed. His hands in the interface sleeves were glowing so brightly the mahogany panels looked translucent. The low-frequency hum had become something else. Not a hum anymore, but a chorus. Thousands of voices. Millions. Every person in the sector with dormant HELIX markers suddenly hearing the invitation. "How many?" Casey asked. Ward's hands moved across her tablet. Medical alerts were flooding in from every station, every colony, every ship. 17,000 confirmed cases in the last 6 minutes. Enhanced neural activity, bioluminescence, spontaneous marker activation. She scrolled faster. It's exponential. The resonance is propagating through genetic networks. Within an hour. The ship lurched, not physically. The artificial gravity held. The inertial dampeners compensated. But something shifted, a ripple in the extra-dimensional fabric that made reality feel briefly negotiable. "What was that?" Casey demanded. "Someone jumped," Pike said. He was staring at his monitoring array. Close, very close, less than 50,000 kilometers. "Who?" "4 signatures. All Covenant authority. All—" Pike's face went blank. "All HELIX-certified pilots. They sent a kill team." The comm panel crackled. The voice that came through was familiar. Smooth. Educated. The kind of voice that had been shaped by expensive academies and 300 years of institutional weight. "Commander Klein, this is Executive Director Marcus Venn of the Orders Enforcement Division. Stand down immediately and surrender the anomaly." Casey looked at Shane, at the glowing hands, at the blood feeding into the communications array. "No," Casey said into the comm. Silence. Then, "Commander, you're in violation of Protocol Helix Black. You're broadcasting restricted genetic data to unqualified populations. You're triggering a cascade effect that will destabilize—" "I know what I'm doing," Casey interrupted. "Do you?" Venn's voice was very soft, very dangerous. "Do you understand that you're about to kill millions of people? The grounded populations don't have the training. They don't have the discipline. They don't have the breeding. When they try to jump, they'll liquefy. Their nervous systems will shred. Their ships will reappear with crews biologically inside out." A pause. "And it will be your fault." Casey felt the words like needles, like the interface sleeves going too deep. "That's what you told the first schism," Casey said, "before you murdered them. We saved humanity from itself. You saved your monopoly. Those are the same thing." Venn's voice was calm, reasonable. The voice of a man who'd spent his life believing difficult decisions were proof of moral superiority. "Commander, I know what you're feeling. The weight of discovering the truth. The horror of realizing what we've done. I felt it too 30 years ago, when I learned about the Purge." Casey's blood went cold. "You knew." "Of course I knew. Every director knows. It's our burden to carry, our responsibility to maintain." Venn sighed. The first schism wanted to democratize the stars. Do you know what happened when they tried? Chaos, neural plague, helix drives burning, through untrained pilots like wheat through a thresher. In 6 months they'd killed more people than we've audited in 3 centuries. "You're lying." "Am I? Or am I telling you the truth you don't want to hear?" Venn's voice dropped. "The suppressor sequences weren't just about control, Commander. They were about mercy. Better to live in ignorance than die screaming in the void. Better to be grounded than liquefied." Ward made a sound. Not agreement. Recognition. "He's right," she whispered. "About the casualties. I found the medical reports. Early Helix research was catastrophic. 90% mortality rate. Ships lost. Colonies stranded. It took 2 generations to stabilize the technology and identify the compatible bloodlines. By eliminating the incompatible ones," Pike said flatly. "By concentrating the genetics that worked," Ward said. "The Order didn't just steal Helix travel. They perfected it. They turned a death sentence into a reliable system. She stopped. "They saved more lives than they took." Casey felt the floor tilting again. "Are you defending them?" "I'm telling you the math." Ward's tablet glowed with data, with graphs showing mortality rates over centuries, with the proof that consolidation had worked. If we open Helix access right now, if millions of untrained people try to jump based on this broadcast, the casualty projections are catastrophic. How catastrophic? Ward's hands were shaking. Conservative estimate, 2 million dead in the first month, maybe 10 million within a year. The Helix chamber was very quiet. Shane's eyes opened. "She's right," he said. His voice was distant, resonant. "I can feel them. Everyone waking up. Everyone hearing the choir for the first time. And most of them, he stopped. Most of them aren't ready. Then we train them, Casey said. With what infrastructure? Ven's voice cut through the comm like a scalpel. The Order has spent 300 years building the training programs, the safety protocols, the neural conditioning required to survive a jump. You're going to replicate that in a month, a year, a decade? A pause. Or are you just going to let them die while you build it? Casey looked at the interface sleeves, at the needles, at the 647 times he'd been saved by structure. What's your alternative? Casey asked quietly. Containment, Ven said. We shut down the broadcast. We suppress the genetic data. We tell the populations this was a terrorist attack designed to trigger neural plague. We quarantine the activated cases until the suppressors can be reinstalled. His voice softened. And we let history continue the way it has. Slowly, safely, under control. Under your control. Someone has to be in control, Commander. That's the price of civilization. Casey closed his eyes. He thought about Shane Rook, hearing stars sing. He thought about Asset Grey, glowing like something divine. He thought about the 6 bloodlines, buried, alive, encrypted and erased. He thought about 2 million people dying because they'd been given a door they weren't ready to walk through. Commander, it was Pike's voice, quiet, empty. The kill team is positioning. They're going to fire in 90 seconds. Casey opened his eyes. Shane, he said. How many people can actually jump right now? Successfully? Shane's luminescent eyes stared into nothing. Maybe 10,000. Worldwide. People with minimal suppressor degradation. People who've been hearing the choir their whole lives without knowing what it was. He looked at Casey. Everyone else needs time, training, preparation, or they'll die. How much time? Years. The comm panel crackled. 60 seconds, Commander, Ven said. Make your choice. Ward stepped forward. Her tablet screen showed the casualty projections, the graphs, the math. Casey, if we continue the broadcast, if we push this through, we'll save 500,000 people by giving them access. But we'll kill 2 million in the process. And if we don't, Casey asked. We save 2 million by keeping them ignorant, but we condemn 500,000 to remaining erased. Some choice. It's the only choice, Ven said through the comm. Welcome to the burden of leadership. Casey looked at Shane Rook, at the man who shouldn't exist, who'd survived because a purge 200 years ago had been imperfect. What do you want? Casey asked him. Shane smiled. It was a terrible expression. I want to burn it all down. I want every person with suppressed markers to wake up. I want the Order to fall. I want revenge for 417 people who were liquefied in a field trial they didn't consent to. His glowing hands pressed deeper into the interface sleeves. But I also don't want to kill 2 million people to get it. Then what do we do? Shane closed his eyes, listened to something no one else could hear. We don't give them the door, he said finally. We give them the key. What's the difference? Shane pulled his hands from the interface sleeves. The needles withdrew. His blood stopped feeding into the communications array. The broadcast terminated. The HELIX chamber went silent. 30 seconds, Pike said. Shane turned to Ward. The suppressor sequences. Can you reverse them? Gradually, over time, instead of cascading failure, controlled dissolution. Ward's hands moved across her tablet. Theoretically, if we had cooperation from medical facilities across the sector, if we could implement genetic therapy protocols, if, she looked up, if we had institutional support instead of institutional opposition, then that's the deal, Shane said. He looked at the comm panel, at the kill team 60 seconds from firing, at Executive Director Ven and the weight of 300 years. We stop the broadcast. We contain the immediate cascade, but the Order agrees to begin gradual marker reactivation programs. Controlled, monitored, safe. We open the door over a generation instead of overnight. They'll never agree, Pike said. Won't they? Shane's smile was cold, sharp. We've already proven the suppressors are failing. We've already shown that 500,000 people carry the markers. The cascade is inevitable now. The only question is whether it happens as chaos or structure. He looked at Casey. Make them understand. They can fight this and lose everything in the chaos. Or they can manage it and maintain their power for another generation while they teach the rest of us how to fly. Casey stared at him. You're negotiating for a slower revolution. I'm negotiating for survival, Shane said. Theirs and ours. That's not justice. No, but it's not genocide either. Casey moved to the comm panel. His hand hovered over the transmit button. Behind him, Ward whispered, "It's a Hegelian compromise." What? Thesis. Order maintains absolute control. Antithesis. Immediate democratization causes mass death. Synthesis. She looked at Shane. Managed transition that preserves institutional stability while gradually redistributing access. It's still a cage, Pike said. It's a bigger cage, Shane replied, with doors that actually open, eventually. Casey pressed transmit. Director Venn, we have a proposal. The negotiation took 6 hours. The kill team held position, weapons armed, waiting. Casey stood in the HELIX chamber and dictated terms while Ward pulled up genetic therapy protocols, and Pike calculated casualty projections, and Shane Rook sat with his glowing hands pressed against the mahogany panels, listening to the stars sing and counting the people who were waking up across 40 billion human lives. The terms were simple. 1. Immediate suppression of the broadcast. 2. Quarantine and treatment for activated cases. Treatment, not termination. 3. Establishment of genetic reactivation programs under joint order independent oversight. 4. Gradual marker restoration over 50 years. 5. Full historical disclosure of the first schism, names, records, casualties. 6. Amnesty for the Hierophant crew, Venn countered. Casey countered. Pike ran the numbers. Ward mapped the implementation timeline. Shane listened to the choir and occasionally said things like, 12,000 more just woke up, or the cascade won't stop completely, or we have maybe 48 hours before this becomes irreversible. At 1100 hours, Venn agreed, not because he wanted to, because he understood that the alternative was losing everything. 50 years, Venn said through the comm. His voice was tired, old. 1 generation. We open the academies, we build the training infrastructure, we gradually reactivate the suppressed bloodlines under controlled medical protocols. A pause. And in 50 years, we revisit the question of full democratization. Agreed, Casey said. And Commander? Yes. You'll be remembered as the man who prevented a neural plague, not the man who started a revolution. Venn's voice was very soft. That's the price of compromise. I know. The transmission terminated. The kill team withdrew. The Hierophant sat in the void, surrounded by the dissipating wake of a broadcast that had reached 40 billion people and then stopped. Not because it failed, because it chose to wait. Shane Rook stood and walked to the observation port. His hands were still glowing but fainter now. The resonance was fading. How many did we wake up? He asked quietly. 37,000 confirmed cases, Ward said. Another 100,000 showing early marker activation. By the time the cascade fully stabilizes, maybe 200,000 people will have gained conscious access to HELIX compatibility. And the rest? The rest wait. 50 years, maybe longer. Ward set down her tablet. It's not what we wanted. No. Shane pressed his glowing palm against the reinforced glass. But it's what we got. Casey moved beside him. Together they looked out at the stars, at the void, at the paths between systems that were still locked to most of humanity but were slowly beginning to open. Do you regret it? Casey asked. Compromising? Shane was quiet for a long moment. Ask me in 50 years, he said finally. Asset Grey stood in the HELIX chamber alone. The crew had dispersed. Casey to file the formal reports. Ward to begin coordinating with medical facilities across 17 sectors. Pike to archive what was left of the Purge records before they could be disappeared again. Shane Rook had gone to the observation deck to watch the stars and count the people still waking up. Grey stood in front of the interface sleeves. They were open, waiting. He'd been 43% compatible when this began. Disposable, a buffer, heat sink capital. Now he was 97%. Now he could hear the stars singing. Now the needles were no longer a threat, they were an invitation. Grey placed his hands into the sleeves. The needles entered his veins, the mahogany panels breathed. The low-frequency hum started in his bones and moved outward, expanding, harmonizing, until he couldn't tell where his nervous system ended and the ship's began. The HELIX drive woke, and Grey, who'd been engineered to die so better men could live, felt the universe open like a throat. Not to swallow him, to ask his name. He closed his eyes. The jump was clean, perfect, beautiful. When he opened his eyes, the Hierophant was 300 light-years away and Grey was crying. Not from pain, from understanding. He hadn't been a buffer, he'd been a seed, and someone, some scientist or rebel or ghost from the first schism, had planted him in the Order's garden and waited for the right moment to water the grave. Asset Grey pulled his hands from the interface sleeves. The puncture wounds wept clear fluid. He looked at them and smiled. He had a name now. The stars had told him. 50 years later, the galaxy looked different. Not transformed. Not revolutionized. Different. The HELIX houses still existed. Still controlled the major trade routes. Still trained the most elite pilots. But the academies had opened. Slowly. Carefully. Accepting students from the reactivation programs, teaching the children of the first schism survivors how to hear the choir their ancestors had been forced to forget. The Order endured, diminished, reformed. No longer an absolute monopoly, but a guild. No longer gods, but experts. Shane Rook never piloted again. He'd done it twice, 2 jumps that cracked the biological lock. And that was enough. He spent the next 50 years as an advocate, travelling the fringe systems, speaking to communities where people were waking up for the first time and needed someone to tell them they weren't going insane. Commander Casey Klein became Director Casey Klein. He managed the transition, built the new training programs, negotiated the treaties between the houses and the independent systems. He was efficient, fair, haunted. He never forgot the choice he'd made, saving 2 million by condemning them to ignorance, saving 500,000 by teaching them to wait. Some nights he still wondered if he'd chosen correctly. Most nights he understood there had been no correct choice, only the one he could live with. Dr. Celine Ward published the historical records of the first schism, all 417 names, all the autopsy reports, all the proof that the Order had been built on graves. The book was read by millions. Nothing changed immediately. Everything changed eventually. Pike disappeared 3 years after the negotiation. Some said he'd gone to the Outer Rim to hunt down the remaining suppressor programs. Some said he'd joined one of the radical groups demanding immediate full access. Some said he'd simply walked into the void and let the stars take him. Casey suspected he was still out there, still auditing, still trying to find the people he'd erased and tell them he was sorry. And Asset Grey, who'd taken the name Silas Grey and refused to be called by his designation ever again, became the first pilot graduated from the new academy programs. He flew for 47 years. He trained 3,000 students. He never stopped glowing. On the 50th anniversary of the broadcast, the Order held a ceremony a memorial for the first schism, a dedication of the new training facilities, a formal acknowledgement that HELIX compatibility had always been broader than advertised. Shane Rook attended. He was 82 now. His hands still carried the faint luminescence. The veins still glowed blue-white in certain light. Casey stood beside him on the platform, grey-haired, tired, alive. Was it worth it? Shane asked quietly. Casey looked out at the crowd, at the thousands of new pilots, at the children from reactivation families, at the future that was still restricted, still managed, still controlled, but open. I don't know, Casey said honestly. Maybe ask our grandchildren, Shane smiled. Fair enough. The ceremony began. The speakers talked about progress, about gradual change, about responsible stewardship of dangerous technology. They didn't talk about the 417 people liquefied in field trials. They didn't talk about the 6 bloodlines deliberately erased. They didn't talk about the 2 million people still waiting for reactivation. But they also didn't lie about it anymore, and that, Shane thought, was something. Not justice, not revolution, but a door left ajar. And sometimes that's enough to let the light in. In the void between stars, a derelict ship drifted. Unmarked, unregistered, old stock pre-collapse manufacturing. Inside, the interface sleeves were open, waiting. They'd been waiting for 200 years. They would wait for 200 more if necessary, because the HELIX drives had never been exclusive. They'd just been patient, and sooner or later someone would put their hands inside and hear the stars singing. Someone always did. The ship drifted. The sleeves waited. The choir sang in frequencies only the future could hear. And somewhere, in the genetic code of 40 billion people, the door stood ajar. The Order did not fear the jump. They feared the passenger. But in the end, the passengers learned to fly anyway. Just slower than they wanted. Just faster than the Order could stop. And that made all the difference. Warden One. The first thing Commander James Callahan noticed about the spacecraft was that it had no business being called one. Aircraft had wings, ships had decks, rockets, from what little he had seen of them, were tubes filled with enough explosive fuel to make sane men keep their distance. Warden One looked like none of those things. It sat on a cradle inside a cavernous concrete chamber beneath the California desert, a blunt, armoured mass of dark metal surrounded by scaffolding, cables, maintenance platforms, and men who behaved as though the machine might overhear them. Callahan had been aboard less than 2 hours when it tried to kill everyone. He was strapped into a padded seat behind the pilot station, while technicians prepared what Dr. Walter Brenner had called a low-energy systems synchronization. "Nothing is going to move," Brenner had assured him. Callahan remembered the words because 30 seconds later the deck disappeared beneath his boots. There was no engine roar, no violent kick, no sensation of acceleration at all. One moment gravity pulled him downward. The next it seemed uncertain where downward was. A wrench lifted from an open toolbox and floated past his shoulder. Loose papers rose from a console and hung in the air. The overhead lights stretched into pale streaks. Somebody shouted from engineering. "Field at 8%. That's not possible. 9. Kill it. I am killing it. 11. The hangar outside the forward glass warped. Callahan had seen steel twist under shell fire. He had watched a destroyer's deck buckle while burning aviation fuel flowed down its passageways. This was different. The world itself appeared to bend. "Field at 12%, Brenner's voice cracked. 12% inside the gravity well is impossible." Then the entire hangar moved sideways. Callahan's stomach remained exactly where it was. The ship did not. There was a metallic shriek outside. A maintenance gantry vanished from the forward glass, then reappeared behind them in 2 pieces. Men hit the floor. Alarms began screaming. Lieutenant Robert Keane gripped the controls. "I'm shutting it down." No response from the primary cutoff. "Dump the lattice." "We can't dump it at 12%. Then reduce the gradient." "Navigation is giving me 3 positions." "Use inertial." "Inertial says we're stationary." Every voice competed with every other. Callahan felt something old and unpleasant settle into place inside him. Okinawa, not the fire, not the bodies. The bridge after the kamikaze hit when smoke filled the compartment and 6 men started shouting 6 different answers to the same problem. He unfastened his harness. "Quiet." No one heard him. "Quiet." The word cracked across the bridge. Heads turned. Callahan pointed at Brenner. "You, field strength only." Brenner stared at him. "Commander, field strength, 12.4. Keane, do nothing unless I tell you." Keane's jaw tightened. "Engineering, give me 1 man." A voice came from the rear compartment. "Lieutenant Rawlins." "Rawlins, tell me how to reduce the field without collapsing it." A pause. "Bring the forward lattice down in 2% steps." "Do it." "Sir, if the aft section doesn't follow, then make it follow." The deck tilted beneath them. Callahan caught the edge of a console. Brenner, 11.8. Again. A low vibration passed through the hull. Callahan felt it in his teeth rather than his ears. 9.6. Again. Outside, a section of scaffolding hung at an impossible angle, as though gravity had forgotten it. 7.2. Keep going. The light steadied. The wrench drifting beside Callahan fell and struck the deck. 4%. A groan ran through the ship's frame. 2? Then Warden One settled onto its cradle hard enough to rattle every console on the bridge. Silence followed. No one spoke. Through the forward glass, half of the severed gantry remained suspended in the air. Callahan watched it. 1 second. 2. Then gravity remembered. The steel structure crashed to the hangar floor. A young technician behind him whispered, "Jesus Christ!" Callahan turned. The man looked pale. "What?" "Commander, that was the first time she's ever moved with a full crew aboard." Callahan looked at the twisted metal outside. Then somebody had better start treating her like a ship. Rear Admiral Nathaniel Harrow found him 20 minutes later. Harrow was thin, grey-haired, and looked more like a banker than an admiral except for the eyes. Callahan recognised those. He had served under men with eyes like that during the war. Men accustomed to knowing things they could not discuss. "You weren't supposed to take command," Harrow said. They stood on an observation platform overlooking Warden One. From above, the vessel appeared even stranger. Almost 200 feet long, broad through the centre, tapering toward a blunt forward section. No wings, no propellers, no visible engines. Parts of the hull remained unfinished. Cables hung from open panels. 2 recessed weapon housings broke the otherwise smooth upper surface. Callahan leaned against the railing. "You had an emergency. Nobody was commanding it." "Keane was." "Keane was flying." Harrow looked down at the ship. "There's a difference. On an airplane, maybe not. And on that?" Callahan watched technicians crawling over the hull. "That's what you're trying to find out," Harrow almost smiled. "You think we brought you here to investigate the accident?" "It crossed my mind." "We brought you here because of Okinawa." Callahan's hand tightened around the railing. He disliked people invoking the war as though it were a credential. "My destroyer got hit. Your destroyer lost primary electrical power, steering, forward fire control, half its communications, and 27 men in less than 4 minutes." Callahan said nothing. "You kept her fighting for 11 hours. She floated. You commanded her." Callahan looked toward the ship again. "So this is some kind of test?" "No. The tests have already failed." Harrow led him down from the platform. Inside Warden One, the passageways were narrow and functional. Naval steel mixed with materials Callahan could not identify. Some surfaces were riveted, others appeared seamless, as though grown rather than assembled. They found Brenner in engineering. The field drive chamber occupied the centre of the ship. Callahan stopped at the threshold. Inside a circular framework stood something that resembled 3 metallic rings suspended inside one another, each turning slowly without visible bearings. Nothing touched anything else. Thin arcs of blue-white light crawled across the gaps. "That's the engine?" Callahan asked. Brenner flinched. "Not exactly." "That's what everyone says." Brenner wiped his hands on his trousers. "The field assembly changes the inertial relationship between the vessel and the surrounding gravitational environment." Callahan waited. Brenner sighed. "It makes the ship fall." "Fall where?" "Wherever we tell it." Callahan looked at the rotating rings. "And when it moved in the hangar?" "We told it nothing." "That bothers me more." Keen joined them. He was younger than Callahan by perhaps 12 years, and had the restless confidence of a man who believed every machine existed to be pushed until something broke. "The control software glitched," Keen said. "That's all." Brenner looked at him. "Software doesn't explain a 12% field. It explains the command error." "What explains the response?" Their voices began climbing. Callahan held up a hand. "What happens if you're at full field and need to fire?" Brenner looked at him. "What?" "The guns," Keen answered. "Depends on the system. Pick one. The forward particle projector." Brenner said, "You can't fire it at full field." "Why?" "Distortion. So reduce the field. You lose maneuverability." Callahan nodded toward a nearby display. "And sensors. Long-range resolution degrades as field density increases." "Artificial gravity?" Brenner hesitated. "Same system." "What happens if the drive takes damage?" "Depends where." "Meaning?" "A field asymmetry could affect propulsion, internal gravity, structural loads." "Weapons?" "Possibly." "Sensors?" "Yes." Callahan looked from Brenner to Keen. "Who decides which system gets priority?" Neither answered. "During combat," Callahan continued, "Keen wants field strength to maneuver. Weapons wants it reduced. Sensors wants less distortion. Engineering wants whatever keeps the hull from folding. Who decides?" Keen frowned. "The situation decides." "No, the captain does." Harrow had been standing silently behind them. Now he said, "We don't have one." Callahan turned. Harrow continued, "We have pilots, engineers, physicists, weapons officers. Everyone knows his system." Callahan looked toward the impossible machinery turning inside the chamber. "But nobody owns the ship." "Exactly." They walked back toward the bridge. Harrow stopped beneath the central hatch. "You have 72 hours. Callahan stared at him. "For what?" "A full operational demonstration." "That's absurd." "It was scheduled before you arrived." "Cancel it." "Not an option." "Then what exactly do you expect me to accomplish?" Harrow glanced toward the bridge. "You've already figured out the problem." Callahan followed his gaze. Keen sat at the pilot's station. Brenner stood over an engineering board. 6 specialists surrounded them, all brilliant, all waiting for the machine to tell them what to do. Harrow spoke quietly. "You're not here to fly it." Callahan looked at him. "You're here to figure out how to fight it." Callahan started by making everyone angry. He removed direct communication between departments. Weapons no longer called engineering. Engineering no longer shouted instructions to the pilot. Navigation stopped adjusting field values without authorization. Every operational request went through a central command station. Keen objected within 10 minutes. "This isn't a destroyer." "No. It moves faster than anything you've ever commanded." "That makes discipline more important, not less. By the time you approve everything, we'll be dead." Callahan leaned over the simulator console. "Then give me the information faster." The simulator bridge reproduced Warden One's controls, but not its mysteries. Panels flickered with data. A tactical display showed an artificial target moving beyond Earth orbit. Keen grinned. Want to see what she can do? I want to see what you can do. Keen pushed the field to 60%. The target slid across the display. Relative velocity climbed. Callahan felt no acceleration, but the simulated stars stretched across the forward projection. Weapons lock, Keen ordered. No lock, the weapons officer replied. Why? Target resolution is breaking up, Brenner said. Field distortion. Keen reduced power slightly. The target changed course. He followed. Lock? Negative. Increase sensor gain. That makes it worse. The target passed behind them. Simulation alarm sounded. A red indicator appeared. Mission loss. Keen pulled his hands from the controls. Bad sensor model. Callahan studied the display. Run it again. Keen did. This time, when the target manoeuvred, Callahan spoke. Field to 20. Keen glanced at him. We'll lose speed. 20. The starfield steadied. Rotate 40 degrees port. We're giving him separation. Do it. Warden One rotated. Passive sensors only. The weapons officer leaned forward. Contact acquired. Keen looked at Callahan. Callahan waited. The target crossed the centre of the tactical display. Field to 55. Keen brought the drive back up. Match target vector. Matched. Weapons. Solution holding. Fire. The display flashed. Target destroyed. Nobody spoke for several seconds. Then someone in the rear compartment laughed. Keen did not. Callahan looked at him. You don't need to outrun the target if you can make him come through your sights. Keen folded his arms. That's going to work until somebody out there knows what they're doing. The hatch opened. Admiral Harrow entered carrying a folder stamped with enough classification markings to make Callahan uneasy. Nobody laughed after that. Harrow placed a photograph on the console. It showed little more than darkness and a blurred white shape. Tracking station in Hawaii picked this up 11 hours ago. Callahan studied it. What am I looking at? Unknown. Russian? No. Aircraft. Too high. Rocket. It changed course. Keen straightened. How far? Beyond lunar orbit. The room went quiet. Harrow placed another sheet beside the photograph. Numbers, trajectory, estimated velocity. Callahan understood only some of them. He understood the final line. Time to Earth-Moon system. 68 hours. Does it know we're here? Callahan asked. We don't know. Is it hostile? We don't know. Do we know anything? Harrow looked at Warden One's tactical display. We know the demonstration proceeds. Callahan felt the weight of every face in the compartment turned toward him. Harrow continued. Except now, the Navy wants her armed. The next 30 hours turned Warden One from an experiment into something that almost resembled a crew. Callahan gave them failures. Then he stacked failures on top of failures. Artificial gravity disappeared while navigation malfunctioned. Weapons overheated while propulsion lost synchronization. A simulated hull breach occurred during sensor blackout. The first time, chaos returned. The second time, voices crossed. By the sixth drill, nobody shouted. Damage control. Section 3 isolated. Engineering. Field stable at 32. Helm. Course holding. Weapons. Forward system unavailable. Secondary ready. Callahan began to believe they might survive long enough to make their first mistake in space. Eric Anderson watched most of the drills without speaking. He bothered Callahan, not because of anything he did, because of what did not surprise him. The field drive frightened Brenner. It thrilled Keen. Eric regarded it the way an old sailor might regard a compass. During a break, Callahan found him beside the engineering chamber. Where'd you learn this system? Eric looked at the turning rings. I have studied similar machines. Where? A long way from California. Callahan smiled without humour. Norway? Eric looked at him. Why Norway? Accent, hair, mysterious government job. A faint amusement touched Eric's face. You like simple explanations. I like explanations. That may become inconvenient. Callahan looked through the glass at the drive. You keep telling Brenner to stop fighting the field. Because he is. You called it current yesterday. Did I? And a pressure gradient. Accurate enough. This morning you said Keen was steering into a shoal. Eric finally turned toward him. You're a naval officer. I use terms you understand. Then explain it in terms I understand. Eric's gaze returned to the rotating rings. Your pilot believes space is empty, isn't it? No. Callahan waited. Eric said nothing more. You've flown one of these. Another pause. Machines like this were old before your species learned to sail. Callahan studied his face. My species? Eric walked away. Callahan stood alone beside the chamber for a long moment. Then the launch alarm sounded. There was no countdown, no tower, no thunder. Warden One sat inside the underground chamber with every hatch sealed and every station manned. Callahan strapped into the command chair. Engineering, Brenner's voice came through the intercom. Field ready. Weapons, safe. Sensors, operational. He looked forward. Keen rested both hands on the controls. For once the pilot was not smiling. Callahan said, Take us up. The field drive engaged. The hangar floor dropped away. Not quickly. Instantly. Concrete became desert. Desert became a vast brown plain. Then clouds appeared beneath them. Callahan's body told him they had not moved. His eyes told him they had crossed miles. Blue faded toward black. The horizon curved. Someone behind him whispered something Callahan did not catch. Earth filled the lower half of the forward glass. Blue. White. Alive. Callahan had crossed the Pacific under shellfire. He had watched dawn rise over burning ships. Nothing had prepared him for seeing the entire world at once. For perhaps 3 seconds nobody aboard Warden One spoke. Then the sensor officer said, Contact. The spell broke. Callahan turned. Report. Unknown object. Bearing 087. Range. The officer stopped. What? It's moving. Keen leaned over his instruments. Toward Earth? The sensor officer shook his head. Toward us. Callahan felt the bridge become smaller. Intercept course. Keen's hands moved. The stars shifted. The unknown contact appeared as a pulsing mark on the tactical display. Field 40%. Range closing. 50. Brenner called from engineering. Field stable. The contact changed vector. Keen followed. 60. Numbers climbed across the displays faster than Callahan could convert them into anything meaningful. Distance vanished, then returned. The contact moved away. Keen frowned. 70. Brenner's voice hardened. That's enough. We're losing him. Field distortion is increasing. Callahan watched the target. We're faster. Keen nodded. Should be. Then why is he pulling away? Nobody answered. Eric moved closer to the display. Reduce field. Keen looked at him as though he were insane. We reduce. We lose him. No. Eric pointed toward the contact. He's already using less than you are. Callahan turned. How do you know? Look at the distortion. Brenner examined the readings. His face changed. He's right. Keen stared at the numbers. That doesn't make sense. Eric's eyes settled on Callahan. It does if you stop thinking of the drive as an engine. Callahan remembered the words from the day before. Current, pressure, shoal. He looked at Earth hanging behind them, not empty. Eric touched the tactical display. Massive bodies curved the geometry around them. Earth, moon, sun. Lines and gradients Callahan had taken for abstractions. They are not pushing harder, Eric said. They are choosing where to fall. Callahan watched the unknown vessel move through the invisible geometry. Suddenly the pattern looked familiar. Not aircraft manoeuvring through sky. A ship using tide and current. He felt the idea lock into place. Space has terrain. Eric said nothing. Callahan leaned toward Keen. Break pursuit. Keen turned sharply. What? Come 20 degrees toward Earth. That takes us away from him. I know. Commander, 20 degrees. Keen obeyed. Warden One rolled toward the blue-white world. Reduce field to 35. We're slowing. Good. The unknown vessel continued outward. Callahan watched the gravitational gradients on the display. Not lines now. Currents. Hold. Keen stared at the contact. We're losing him. Hold. Earth's mass deepened beneath them. Callahan waited until instinct told him they'd fallen far enough into the invisible sea. Now. Keen looked back. Now what? Callahan pointed across the display. Turn across the current. For a fraction of a second, nobody moved. Then Keen understood enough to try. Warden One rolled. Brenner shouted as field values surged without additional power. The stars twisted. Earth vanished from the forward glass. The ship seemed to fall sideways through nothing. The unknown contact raced across the tactical display, not away from them, toward them. Keen stared. Jesus. Seconds later, Warden One emerged ahead of the other vessel's course. For the first time since the pursuit began, the contact changed direction in response to them. Callahan felt something cold and electric move through him. They had not built a faster engine. They had discovered an ocean. The unknown vessel stopped. Not slowed. Stopped. The contact marker froze against the tactical display with a precision that made Warden One's manoeuvres look clumsy. Keen eased his hands off the controls. Range? 3,800 kilometres, the sensor officer swallowed. Size estimate? A pause. 290 metres. Maybe more. Almost twice Warden One's length. Callahan studied the forward glass. At that distance there was nothing to see with the naked eye, only blackness and stars. Configuration? The sensor officer adjusted his display. Hard to resolve. Field distortion is stronger than ours. Armed? Another pause. Yes, sir. Keen gave a humorless laugh. That's reassuring. Any targeting activity? Negative. Callahan leaned back. The other ship had been able to outrun them without trying. It was larger, better controlled, probably better armed. Yet it had stopped. Hold position. Keen glanced over. With what field? Minimum required. 20%? 15. Brenner's voice came from engineering. 15 will hold us. Do it. The hum beneath the deck diminished. The stars sharpened. For several seconds neither ship moved. Then the communications officer turned sharply. Transmission. What frequency? All of them. A burst of static filled the bridge. Then a voice. German. Callahan knew enough of the language from intelligence briefings during the war to recognise the cadence, even if he understood only fragments. Military. Formal. The transmission repeated. Keen looked toward him. What's he saying? Something about withdrawing. The communications officer adjusted the receiver. A second voice replaced the first. This one spoke English. United States vessel. You will terminate field operations and return to your planet. The bridge went still. Callahan leaned toward the microphone. Identify yourself. A delay of less than a second. Your designation is Warden One. It was not a question. Callahan felt every eye turn toward him. How do you know that? Return to Earth. Identify yourself. Silence. Then, Commander Reinhardt. Organization. No answer will assist you. You're approaching United States territory in an armed vessel. Another pause. What territory? Callahan looked at Earth on the aft tactical display. The planet. A quiet sound came through the speaker. It might have been amusement. Earth does not belong to the United States. That isn't what I said. You called the space surrounding it your territory. Callahan considered his next words. What is your intention? To prevent escalation. You came toward Earth in a warship, and you came away from Earth in one. Callahan looked at the 2 recessed weapons indicators glowing on his console. We're defending ourselves. From whom? That depends on why you're here. Reinhardt's reply came immediately. You have survived 2 industrial wars in 1 generation. Your government's developed weapons capable of burning cities faster than your society's developed the wisdom not to use them. Callahan felt something tighten inside him. He had seen Nagasaki photographs. He had seen Tokyo. He had seen Okinawa. Reinhardt continued. Now you possess a drive that removes the distances which once contained you. Callahan glanced toward Eric. The advisor's face revealed nothing. You're saying Earth is dangerous. I am saying isolation protected everyone. From us. From what you may become. Callahan leaned toward the microphone. You don't know us. I know enough. So do men who start wars. Silence followed. Then Reinhardt said, From where I am standing, Commander, you are the vessel carrying weapons into space. That struck harder than Callahan expected. He looked through the glass at the stars. Warden One was armed, not because anyone aboard had been attacked, because the Navy had seen something unknown and decided weapons were prudent. A warning light appeared on communications. Priority transmission from Earth, the operator said. Harrow? Yes, sir. Callahan switched channels. Harrow's voice came through distorted by distance and whatever classified relay system connected them. Warden One, maintain interception. We've established communication. I heard. He says he wants us back on Earth. I heard that too. Orders? Prevent the vessel from approaching Earth? By what means? A pause. Your discretion. Callahan disliked the phrase immediately. Weapons? Authorized if necessary. He looked across the bridge. Keane watched him. Brenner watched his instruments. Eric watched nothing Callahan could identify. He returned to Reinhardt's channel. My orders are to prevent your approach. My instructions remain unchanged. Deactivate your field drive. That leaves us unable to maneuver. Yes. And then? You will submit to inspection. Keane shook his head. Callahan ignored him. Inspection by whom? No answer. Commander Reinhardt, I'm willing to hold position while we talk. You're not in a position to negotiate. Callahan's voice hardened. Then neither are you. A warning tone chirped. The weapons officer leaned forward. Sir? What? Field spike on the contact. Callahan looked at the display. A bright arc appeared around the enemy marker. Is that weapons? I don't know. Confirm before. Targeting solution, the young officer shouted. Hold fire. The officer's hand was already moving. Hold. A white flash crossed the forward glass. The entire bridge froze. Callahan stared. What fired? The weapons officer's face drained of colour. Secondary projector. On whose order? The system registered hostile lock. Automatic response protocol. Callahan slammed his hand against the console. Disable it. Sir! Disable automatic engagement now. The shot vanished into darkness. For 1 second nothing happened. Then Reinhardt's ship answered. There was no visible beam. The forward glass simply turned white. Something struck Warden One without impact. Gravity disappeared. Callahan's body lifted against his restraints. A crewman who had not secured his harness struck the overhead bulkhead with a sickening crack. Lights died. The deck twisted 30 degrees beneath them. Sparks poured from a panel. Brenner shouted over the intercom, "Field asymmetry!" The ship began to tumble. Stars wheeled across the forward glass. Callahan dragged the shoulder straps across his chest and locked them. Fear had moved faster than judgment. A machine had mistaken uncertainty for intent. A frightened man had trusted it. Now 2 armed ships were exchanging fire because nobody had meant to start. He tightened the harness. Damage report. Voices came back almost at once. Section 4 depressurizing. Artificial gravity offline. Sensor array intermittent. Forward projector unavailable. Field stability at 43% and falling. Keen fought the controls. I can pull us out. With what? Full field. Brenner's voice cracked through the speaker. No, absolutely not. We stay here. He kills us. You push the drive and the aft lattice may shear. Keen looked back at Callahan. Commander, Brenner shouted. Maximum field could tear the ship in half. Callahan watched the stars tumble. Keen was trying to save the ship by flying it. Brenner was trying to save the drive by protecting it. Everyone had gone back to their piece of the machine. He understood suddenly that the accident in the hangar had never really ended. Stop flying the damn thing, Keen stared at him. What? Hands steady. No manoeuvres unless I order them. Sir, we're tumbling. I can see that. Callahan keyed the ship-wide circuit. From now on I want reports, not solutions. Silence. Engineering. Usable field. Brenner answered first. 28% safely, maybe 35 briefly. Sensors. Forward array functional below 22% distortion. Weapons. Secondary projector operational. Forward mount dead. Damage control. Section 4 sealed. 1 casualty. Hull integrity holding. Helm. Keen exhaled. Attitude uncontrolled. I can arrest it at 25%. Callahan looked at the tactical display. The enemy ship was moving again, coming toward them. Arrest tumble. 25. Keen obeyed. The stars slowed. Field 21, Brenner said. Sensors will clear. They did. The enemy became a sharp point on the display. Reinhardt is closing, the sensor officer said. How fast? Fast. Callahan looked toward the moon. It had been little more than a grey marker on the navigation display. Now he saw the curves around it. Gravity. Terrain. An island in the invisible sea. Plot course to the moon. Keen turned. We should be heading the other direction. Plot it. The line appeared. Direct approach. Keen frowned. That puts us deep in the lunar well. I know. Why? Callahan watched the enemy contact. Because he knows we're damaged. Keen stared at him. And? He thinks we'll run. A faint smile touched Eric's face. Callahan noticed. You agree? Eric said. I understand. That's not what I asked. No. Callahan almost laughed. Take us toward the moon. Keen brought the ship around. The grey sphere grew. Behind them Reinhardt followed. Brenner came onto the bridge from engineering, one sleeve torn, blood drying along his forehead. He looked at the navigation solution, then at Callahan. You cannot mean to go that deep. How deep can the field remain stable? That depends. Give me a number. Brenner studied the instruments. At this damage level, maybe 20% at the approach you've plotted. Maybe. Commander, lunar gravity will pull the lattice out of symmetry. Callahan looked at the moon. I'm counting on it. The surface swelled beneath them. Craters sharpened. Long shadows stretched across barren plains. Distance numbers fell. Keen kept his hands rigidly still. Reinhardt is closing. Let him. Range 900 kilometers. Callahan watched the gravitational lines tighten. Field strength? 24. Take it to 18. Brenner looked up sharply. That low? Yes. Warden One seemed to shudder. The sensation was not physical. More like the ship had suddenly become heavy in Callahan's mind. 15. Brenner stepped toward him. Commander. 10. Keen looked back. At 10 we can barely manoeuvre. Correct. The moon filled half the glass. Reinhardt range 400 kilometers. 8%. Brenner's face went pale. Sir, if you collapse the field here, we fall. Callahan looked at him. Yes. Into the moon. If Keen can't handle a fall, we brought the wrong pilot. Keen stared forward. For the first time since Callahan had met him, he did not argue. Field to 5, he said. The hum vanished. The stars stopped distorting. Warden One became a ship no longer. It became mass. 200 feet of metal falling toward the moon. Callahan felt gravity return as a tug toward the lunar surface. Not artificial gravity, real gravity. Primitive, relentless. The sensor officer suddenly leaned toward his display. "Sir, what?" "I can see him." Meaning? Everything. Without the field drive's distortion, Reinhardt's vessel resolved across the tactical screen. Hull shape, field nodes, heat signatures, weapons housings. A vulnerability map appeared as the combat computer drank in data it had never been able to see before. The weapons officer whispered, "I have a solution." Callahan looked at the enemy marker. Reinhardt had expected them to run. Instead, they had turned themselves into a falling stone. Range? 210 kilometers. Enemy field increasing. "He sees it," Keen said. Reinhardt began to turn. Callahan watched the gravitational geometry. The moon pulled at both ships, but Reinhardt's field fought the pull. Warden One did not. That difference mattered. Callahan felt it before he could prove it mathematically. "Brenner." "Yes?" "If we surge only the port lattice?" Brenner stared at him. "The field becomes asymmetric." "I know. You'd induce a lateral gradient." "How much?" "At this depth." Brenner looked at the moon, then at the readouts. His expression changed. "Oh," Keen heard it. "What?" Brenner moved to the engineering console. "We wouldn't accelerate sideways," Callahan said. "We'd fall sideways." Eric's eyes fixed on him. Now the smile disappeared. "Can you do it?" Callahan asked. Brenner worked the controls. "For perhaps 3 seconds. That's enough." "Commander, I did not say it was survivable." No one asked. The lunar surface rushed closer. Enemy turning away. Good. Callahan watched Reinhardt choose the obvious escape. Up the gravitational slope. The safe route. "Stand by asymmetric surge." Keen gripped the controls. "Course?" Callahan pointed at the enemy track. "Across him." Brenner shook his head. "No conventional vector takes us there." "I know." Callahan felt the invisible current beneath them. "Now." Brenner triggered the port lattice. The universe tipped. There was no acceleration, no force against Callahan's body. The moon simply moved somewhere else. For an instant, the forward glass showed stars where lunar ground had been. Then Reinhardt's ship appeared. Close. Impossibly close. The tactical display screamed. "Range 42 kilometers. Target lock. Enemy weapons rotating. Field stable. No, field unstable. Hold position." Keen fought the controls. Warden One settled into the enemy vessel's blind quarter. The weapons officer looked back. Perfect solution. Callahan stared at the display. One command. That was all. Reinhardt's larger ship had its field committed to climbing away from the moon. Its weapons were not aligned. Its defensive geometry was open. Callahan could kill it. After Okinawa, he had dreamed for years about moments that did not exist. One more second. One different order. One gun still working. One decision made sooner. Now he had the opposite. A perfect shot. And no certainty that the man in front of him had ever intended to fire first. "Open channel." The communications officer hesitated. "Open!" Reinhardt's voice came through immediately. "You have adapted quickly. Break orbit and depart." Silence. "You have a firing solution." "Yes." "And you will not use it?" "Not if you leave." Another silence. Callahan could hear faint voices behind Reinhardt. Different language. Different world. Same bridge. "Why?" Reinhardt asked. Callahan looked at the weapons indicator. "Because I don't know enough to start a war." Reinhardt's reply came softly. "Yet you know enough to win one." The enemy field changed. Not an attack. Withdrawal. The ship rotated away from them and began climbing out of lunar gravity. Callahan didn't relax. "Track him." "Weapons?" "Hold." They watched the vessel recede. Then the communications console chirped. Data burst. From Reinhardt. Yes. Contents? The navigation officer opened the packet. Points appeared across the solar system display. At first, Callahan thought there was a malfunction. Too many. Identify. The officer swallowed. Coordinates. Where? Mars. Another point appeared. The asteroid belt. Then more. Jupiter. Saturn. Several markers existed beyond the planets shown on their charts. Callahan stared. What are those? The navigation officer shook his head. I don't know. Eric did. Callahan could see it in his face. He did not ask. Not yet. The final transmission arrived. Reinhardt's voice. You believe you've crossed a frontier, Commander? The signal faded beneath static. You have crossed into occupied waters. Then he was gone. The contact accelerated beyond their ability to track. Only the coordinates remained. Keane looked at Callahan. Course. Callahan stared to Earth. Small now, blue-white, unaware. Home. Keane began plotting. Callahan looked again at the impossible constellation of markers. Then we build another one. Warden One returned to California before sunrise. There were no crowds waiting, no reporters, no band. The great doors beneath the desert opened, swallowed them, and closed again. Within an hour, mechanics covered the damaged sections with scaffolding. Within 2 hours, men from naval intelligence collected every recording from the bridge. By noon, the flight officially had never happened. Callahan stood with Harrow on the same observation platform where 3 days earlier he had first seen Warden One clearly. Now the ship wore scars. One side of the hull was blackened. An access panel hung open near the aft section. Men moved around her like surgeons around a patient. Harrow held Callahan's report. You say she isn't ready. She isn't. Harrow looked tired. Then we failed. Callahan shook his head. The prototype isn't ready. Harrow looked at him. The concept is. Callahan pointed toward the ship. She needs a permanent crew, naval command structure, dedicated combat information, damage control divisions. Every system needs procedures for operating with every other system. More tests. Commissioning. Harrow studied him. You're recommending we build more. I'm recommending we assume somebody else already has. Harrow looked through the glass. How many? Callahan thought of the coordinates. I don't know. 5? I don't know. 50? Callahan said nothing. Harrow lowered the report. And what exactly do you call a navy whose operating area is the solar system? Callahan looked at the name stenciled on the hull. Warden One. Not conqueror, not empire. A guard. A man placed at a boundary others did not know existed. Warden, Callahan said. Harrow followed his gaze. That's the ship. For now. Someone approached behind them. Eric. He carried no suitcase, no papers, nothing suggesting he had ever worked there. Harrow excused himself without explanation. Callahan waited until they were alone. You're leaving? Yes. Where? Elsewhere. Callahan smiled. You're not Norwegian. Eric almost smiled back. No. Callahan had spent 3 days avoiding the question because asking it aloud would make everything else real. Now that seemed pointless. Are you human? Eric looked toward Warden One. You asked the wrong question when you arrived. What question should I have asked? Not who built the ship. Eric turned toward the strip of morning sky visible through the upper hangar aperture. You should have asked why you needed one. Then he walked away. Callahan didn't follow. That night he returned to Warden One alone. Most of the bridge had been repaired. The blood was gone. Burned panels had been replaced. Someone had bolted a small brass plate beneath the command chair. Commanding officer. Callahan sat. Beyond the forward glass lay California. Beyond California lay the Pacific. He had once believed that ocean enormous. A young duty officer appeared through the hatch. "Commander?" Callahan turned. "Admiral Harrow wants to know who you recommend for the next test." Callahan looked toward the stars. "We're done testing." The officer hesitated. "Sir?" Callahan stood. "Tell him Warden One is commissioning." The officer left. For several seconds, Callahan remained alone. A small indicator came alive on the captain's console. Green letters. USS. Warden One. Ready. Outside the hangar, the night sky looked exactly as it always had. To millions of Americans, those stars were distant lights. To Callahan, they were shoals, currents, enemy waters, roads to worlds no one had told them existed. For the first time in his life, James Callahan understood that the United States had a coastline no map had ever shown. The Frozen Watch. Eleanor Hale discovered her father in the kitchen at 6:47 a.m. on a Tuesday, barefoot on the tile floor wearing a Navy uniform from 1944. She'd come downstairs for coffee. The house was hers, had been for 3 years since her mother's death, a modest colonial in a suburb where the lawns were maintained by an automated service and the streetlights coordinated their dimming with the sunrise. The kitchen was equipped with a smart refrigerator that tracked expiration dates and a coffee maker that learned her preferences. These systems had been running without incident for months, until that morning when she found a stranger standing in the space between the sink and the breakfast nook, looking at his hands as though they'd betrayed him. He was young, late 20s, perhaps 30. His uniform was crisp despite being 8 decades obsolete. His face carried the particular blankness of shock, the kind Eleanor had seen in hospital records, in photographs taken immediately after accidents. But what held her attention, what prevented her from screaming or running or reaching for her phone, was the watch on his wrist. It was mechanical, large, utilitarian, government issue. The kind of watch that required winding, that measured time through gears and springs rather than quartz oscillation. The second hand was moving backward. "Eleanor," he said. Her coffee maker began its cycle, then stopped. Started again. The digital clock on the microwave flickered. 6:47, 6:46, 6:47. "You know my name," she said. Her voice sounded distant, as though she were hearing it through water. "Of course I do." His own voice cracked. "You're my daughter." The refrigerator's inventory screen went dark. Thomas Hale, because that's who he claimed to be, who every obsolete identifying marker in his wallet confirmed he was, had been declared killed in action on October 28, 1944, during a naval accident whose details remained classified. Eleanor had grown up with this fact the way other children grew up with eye colour or blood type, immutable, documented, archived in the basement of her life's construction. Her mother had kept exactly 3 photographs of him. Eleanor had inherited them along with the house, a portrait in uniform, a candid shot on a Philadelphia dock, a wedding photo with her mother looking impossibly young. These had been sufficient to construct the mythology of absence that shaped her childhood. "I was there," Thomas said now, sitting at her kitchen table while she made coffee manually, the smart maker having given up entirely. "On the ship, the Eldridge, they were testing something. Electromagnetic fields, degaussing. I don't know the technical terms. One moment I was below decks checking equipment. The next..." He paused. His hands, she noticed, were steady. A young man's hands, unscarred by the decades that should have passed. "The next?" Eleanor prompted. "Nothing, just waiting." He looked at the watch. This kept running. Everything else stopped. The coffee tasted wrong. Eleanor couldn't identify how, only that something essential had shifted in its chemistry between bean and cup. "You're telling me you've been waiting for 82 years. It didn't feel like years." Thomas met her eyes, and Eleanor saw in them something that made her hand shake. Recognition. He recognized her. Knew her face. her posture, the way she moved through the kitchen that had belonged to her mother, that now belonged to her. It felt like no time at all, like being held in place. And then suddenly I was here, and the watch was still running, and you were coming down the stairs. Eleanor's phone sat on the counter. She picked it up, intending to call someone. Police, hospital, her therapist, anyone who managed reality professionally. The screen showed her lock screen photo, herself and her mother at her college graduation. Except in the photo, there was a third person, a man in civilian clothes, his armour around her mother's shoulders. She blinked, looked again, just the two of them, her mother and herself, as it had always been. "What's happening?" she whispered. Thomas looked at the watch again. The second hand continued its backward march. "I think I'm happening," he said, "and I don't think the universe knows what to do about it." Dr. Sarah Carter arrived at 9:30 a.m, though by then Eleanor's sense of time had already begun to fracture. She'd called Sarah because Sarah was both a neurologist and the closest thing Eleanor had to a friend, someone who would witness this impossibility and offer either validation or psychiatric intervention. Sarah spent 40 minutes examining Thomas. She took his pulse, checked his reflexes, asked him to recall details from 1944. She photographed the watch from multiple angles. She ran every test available in a suburban kitchen. Then she sat across from Eleanor and said, very carefully, "This isn't a trick." "I know. I don't mean that he's not lying. I mean this isn't possible within any framework we have for understanding physical reality." Sarah's hands were trembling. "His cellular structure is... I'd need equipment I don't have. But Eleanor, his body temperature is 98.6 degrees. His pupils respond to light. He has a heartbeat, respiration, every marker of a living human being. And yet he should be dead. He should be over 100 years old if he'd aged normally. He should be impossible if he hasn't." Sarah rubbed her face. "The watch is the worst part." "Why?" "Because it suggests measurement. Something is being tracked, counted. And if we can measure it, if it follows rules, then it's not magic or hallucination. It's physics we don't understand yet." She paused. "The question is, what happens when it reaches zero?" Eleanor looked at her father, because she'd started thinking of him that way, despite every rational objection, and found him staring at a photograph on her refrigerator, a photo of herself. As a child, sitting on a beach she didn't remember visiting. "When was this taken?" Thomas asked. "I don't know," Eleanor said. "I've never seen it before." But the image felt familiar. The weight of the memory settled into her mind like something that had always been there, just forgotten. She could almost smell the salt air, feel the sand between her toes. Sarah's phone chimed. She glanced at it, frowned, looked at Eleanor. "Did we meet at Northwestern or University of Chicago?" "Northwestern," Eleanor said automatically. "That's what I thought. But my phone's calendar says we met at a neurology conference in Chicago, at UC, in 2015. Sarah's voice had gone very quiet. "Eleanor, I don't remember ever going to Northwestern." The kitchen was silent except for the backward ticking of the watch. The phenomenon, because it needed a name, and phenomenon was suitably neutral, began to manifest in measurable ways by the third day. Eleanor took a leave of absence from her job at the hospital. She told her supervisor it was a family emergency, which was true in ways she couldn't explain. Her supervisor expressed concern, sympathy, and then, according to the email confirmation Eleanor received, confusion about who exactly Eleanor Hale was and whether she'd ever been employed there. Sarah brought colleagues, physicists, temporal mechanics specialists, government contractors whose credentials required Eleanor to sign non-disclosure agreements she suspected were meaningless. They installed equipment in her garage, turned her living room into a laboratory, treated Thomas like a specimen while somehow remaining unfailingly polite about it. The consensus emerged slowly. Thomas existed in a state of temporal inertia, his causality flowing backward relative to the universe's entropic gradient. He wasn't aging in reverse, nothing so simple. He was unwinding, returning to the moment the universe expected him to end. The watch wasn't causing this, it was measuring it. Think of it like a debt, Dr. Raymond Kumar explained. He was a slight man with gentle hands and eyes that had seen too many equations that didn't balance. In 1944, Thomas was removed from the timeline. The universe adapted, closed the gap, redistributed causality. But now he's back, and the universe is trying to reconcile two contradictory states. "And Eleanor?" Sarah asked. Kumar looked uncomfortable. "Eleanor is the adaptation." "Explain that," Eleanor said. She'd been listening from the kitchen doorway, arms crossed, forcing herself to remain still. "You exist because your father died in 1944. Your mother remarried, or didn't marry at all, or married someone else. The timeline branched from that moment. But if Thomas survives, if he continues to exist..." Kumar trailed off. "Then I don't," Eleanor finished. Thomas, sitting in what had become his chair, turned the watch so the face caught the light. The second hand had accelerated. It was losing minutes now, not seconds. "How long?" he asked. "We don't know," Kumar admitted. "The degradation is exponential. Days, perhaps, maybe less." "Can you stop it?" Eleanor's voice was steady. She'd worked in medical archives for 20 years. She knew how to ask questions that had no good answers. "We've tried isolation, quantum anchoring, electromagnetic containment." Kumar spread his hands. "Every intervention accelerates the decay. Whatever is pulling him back doesn't respond to our physics." "Because it's not physics," Sarah said quietly. "It's accounting." Eleanor began experiencing displacement on the 4th day. She woke in her bedroom, except it wasn't her bedroom. The walls were a different colour. There were photos on the nightstand she'd never taken. Herself with a man she didn't recognise, at a wedding she'd never attended. The man looked happy. She looked happy. Then she blinked and was back in her actual bedroom, alone, the morning light slanting through familiar curtains. It happened again during breakfast. She was cooking eggs when suddenly she was sitting at a table in a house she'd never seen, watching a child, her child she somehow knew, eat cereal while Thomas read a newspaper. The child looked up and said, "Mum, can I have orange juice?" Blink. Back in her kitchen. No child. No other house. Thomas sat across from her, watching with eyes full of terrible understanding. "You're seeing it too," she said. "Yes." His voice was barely audible. "I'm seeing the life we should have had. The one the universe built when I disappeared. I don't have a child. You do. In the timeline that adapted. You married, had a daughter. She's 7. Her name is Maya." Thomas's hands were shaking. "I can remember teaching her to ride a bike. Eleanor, I can remember things that never happened." Dr. Kumar's team installed neural monitors. They tracked the displacements, mapped the temporal fluctuations. The data was terrifying in its clarity. Every second Thomas remained, Eleanor's causal foundation thinned. She was being retroactively unmade, erased not violently but through careful, systematic revision. Her birth certificate began to flag as inconsistent. Her social security number returned errors. Friends called asking if she'd changed her name. Her medical records, her own records, the ones she'd helped maintain, started showing gaps, contradictions, impossible timelines. She was becoming a mistake the universe was correcting. On the 6th day, Eleanor found a document. She'd been searching through her mother's papers, things she'd kept in the attic, never quite able to throw away, when she discovered it. a naval communication dated October 27th, 1944. One day before the accident, Thomas Hale was listed as deceased. Administrative error, the notation read. Name mistakenly attached to another sailor's remains. Officially never boarded the Eldridge. Eleanor brought it to Thomas. He read it twice, 3 times. Then he set it down very carefully. I was a ghost. Before I disappeared, he said. The universe adapted to your absence because officially you were never there. And you exist because of that adaptation. Thomas looked at the watch. It was skipping now, lurching backward in 5-minute intervals. Every second I remain, the universe has to choose, maintain me or maintain you. It's choosing you. No, Thomas's voice was firm. It's choosing coherence. It's trying to make the math work, but we're contradictory equations. Sarah arrived an hour later. She'd been running probability models, tracking the cascade of causal revisions. Her findings were precise and merciless. If Thomas returns to October 28th, 1944, if he completes the backward trajectory, causality restabilizes. Your mother never meets him, never has you, or has you with someone else. The timeline the universe built remains intact. And if he stays, Eleanor asked, you fade, not all at once, but systematically. Your existence becomes untenable. Sarah's clinical voice cracked. Eleanor, I'm already forgetting conversations we had. I have notes I wrote about meetings we never had. The revision is accelerating. Thomas stood, walked to the window. Outside, the neighbourhood continued its algorithmic routine. Lawns were mowed on schedule. Streetlights dimmed precisely at dawn. There has to be another option, he said. There isn't. Kumar had joined them, looking exhausted. This isn't a problem we can engineer around. It's not mechanical failure. The universe is self-correcting and we're the error it's fixing. Eleanor felt it then. A memory that wasn't hers. Herself at 10, learning to swim while Thomas watched from the pool's edge. The smell of chlorine, the sound of his laughter, the absolute certainty of his presence. Then it was gone. Just the echo of something that had never been. The decision came on the 7th day. Thomas's watch had reached critical decay. It was jumping backward in hour increments now, the mechanism straining against impossible physics. His body had begun to show signs of temporal stress. His hands occasionally flickered, transparent for half seconds before re-solidifying. He was starting to unmake. Eleanor found him in the garage at midnight, surrounded by Kumar's abandoned equipment. I have to go back, he said. You know that. I know. The moment the watch reaches 0, I'll return to the ship. To the exact second the universe expects me to end. He turned the watch so she could see. 43 minutes remaining. You'll stabilize. Your life will coherence. Everything will be right again. Eleanor nodded. She'd known this was coming, had felt it approaching with the inevitability of archived facts. I need to ask you something, Thomas said. In the timeline you're living, the one I'm erasing, am I a good father? The question broke something in Eleanor's chest. I don't know, she said honestly. You were never there. You died before I could remember you. But in the other, timeline, the one you keep seeing. Eleanor closed her eyes. Let the displaced memories surface. Thomas teaching her to drive. Thomas walking her down an aisle. Thomas holding a granddaughter named Maya. A lifetime of small moments, domestic and precious. Yes, she whispered. In that timeline, you're wonderful. Thomas nodded. His eyes were wet. I'm sorry I couldn't give you that. You didn't choose this. No, but I'm choosing how it ends. They sat in silence. The watch ticked backward. 28 minutes. I have an idea, Eleanor said suddenly. It's probably stupid. Tell me. The memories, the displaced ones. They're real, in a sense. They existed in a timeline that was real. What if we could preserve them? Not change what happens, but remember it. How? Eleanor went to her car, returned with a notebook and pen, actual paper, not digital. The kind of record that didn't depend on timestamps or cloud servers. Write it down, she said. Everything you remember from the other timeline, the life we should have had. I'll do the same, and when you're gone, I'll keep it. Proof that it was real, even if Chen Myers couldn't last. Thomas took the pen. His hand was steady. They wrote for 20 minutes. Not frantically, but carefully, preserving details. Myers' 7th birthday. The house they'd lived in. The way Eleanor had laughed at his terrible jokes. The quiet Sunday mornings. The ordinary precious architecture of a life that had never quite existed. When the watch showed 5 minutes remaining, Thomas stopped writing. I need to tell you something, he said, in case this works, in case some part of you remembers. What? I love you. I know I didn't earn that right. I wasn't there. But in every timeline, in every version, you're my daughter, and I love you. Eleanor felt tears on her face. I love you too. I know, Thomas said. I can feel it. It's the only thing that stayed constant. 3 minutes, Eleanor made a decision. I'm going. With you, she said. Eleanor, not all the way, but close enough. If I anchor myself to your timeline, maybe I can preserve the memory, not just on paper. Actually hold it while you fade. It could kill you. Or it could let me remember both lives. The one I lived and the one I should have lived. She took his hand. I'm an archivist, Dad. This is what I do. I preserve records. I make sure truth isn't lost. Thomas started to protest, but the watch was at 1 minute. They were out of time. Eleanor wrapped her hand around his wrist over the watch, felt the backward pull of his causality, the wrongness of it. Her vision blurred. She saw Myers' room, the kitchen where they'd eaten breakfast, Thomas teaching her to change a tyre, her mother, younger, happier, a complete life, ordinary and beautiful, 0. Thomas Hale faded at 12:43 a.m. on a Thursday. He didn't vanish violently. He simply became less, degree by degree, until he was a suggestion, then an outline, then nothing. The watch stopped at 0, not broken, but finished, its purpose completed. Eleanor remained. She sat in the garage for an hour, feeling the universe stabilize around her. Her phone restarted. The smart refrigerator came back online. Dr. Kumar's equipment powered down, its measurements complete. When she finally stood, she felt different. Not wrong, but doubled. She remembered growing up without a father, all the documented absences, the archived grief. But she also remembered Thomas teaching her to swim, walking her down the aisle, holding Maya for the first time. Both lives were real. Both existed in her mind with equal weight. Sarah found her at dawn. Eleanor? Tentative, as though uncertain she'd recognise the name. I'm here, Eleanor said. What happened? He went back, to where he was supposed to end. Eleanor touched the watch, still sitting on the workbench where Thomas had left it, and I remembered. Both timelines. Both lives. Sarah sat beside her. They watched the sunrise through the garage's open door. The neighbourhood began its morning routine, synchronised and coherent. Is that sustainable? Sarah asked, carrying contradictory memories. I don't know, Eleanor admitted, but it's what I have, what we have. The truth is complicated. It always has been. They sat in silence for a while. Then Eleanor picked up the watch, felt its weight. I think I'm going to learn to repair these, she said. Mechanical watches, analogue time, things that measure moments without depending on the cloud. That sounds right, Sarah said. 5 years later, Eleanor Hale ran a small watch repair shop in a suburb where the lawns were maintained by an automated service and the streetlights coordinated their dimming with the sunrise. She specialised in mechanical timepieces, vintage, obsolete, the kind of watches people inherited and couldn't bear to throw away. She fixed them carefully, precisely, with the same attention she had once given to medical archives. Her workbench, in a place of honour, sat a Navy-issue watch from 1944. It was stopped permanently at 0. The glass was scratched, the band was worn. It would never run again. But she kept it anyway, because it was evidence, proof of a life that had been real, even if the universe had elected not to keep it. Sometimes customers asked about it. Family heirloom, she'd say, which was true. They'd nod, satisfied with the explanation, and she wouldn't elaborate. She'd simply return to her work, repairing the small mechanisms that measured time, that kept the present distinct from the past. Outside, the world continued, digital, seamless, algorithmically optimized. Inside, Eleanor remembered 2 lives, the one she'd lived and the one that had loved her. Both were true, both mattered, and the watch, frozen at 0, held space for the silence between them. The candidate. The black sedan hadn't fully stopped before the door vanished. A hand clamped onto Harrison Pope's shoulder with the force of a hydraulic press. He was hauled onto the sidewalk, the biting city rain hitting his neck for a split second before he was slammed through a heavy, unadorned door. "From here, you are accountable," the escort said. The voice was a flat line, no inflection, no warning. A thick synthetic blindfold dropped over Pope's eyes. It was weighted, lined with something that blocked every photon and muffled the world into a dull underwater throb. "Move," a voice commanded from the dark. Pope felt the floor tilt. It wasn't a ramp. It was a massive slab of stone shifting on heavy machinery. He reached out to steady himself against a wall. A telescopic baton slammed into his ribs. The air left his lungs in a jagged wheeze. He doubled over, gasping, but the shove from behind was relentless. "Hands down," the voice barked. "Eyes ahead." He couldn't see the eyes. He couldn't see the drop. He moved. The air pressure plummeted. His ears popped with a wet, painful click. The temperature crashed 30 degrees in 3 strides. Frost bloomed on his eyelashes. He tripped over a raised seam in the floor. He went down hard on his knees. The stone wasn't cold. It was vibrating. A low-frequency hum rattled his molars and vibrated in his marrow. "Kneel," the voice said. "I'm all ready." A heavy boot caught him in the kidneys. Pope sprawled forward, his forehead cracking against a surface of cold industrial steel. "Silence is refusal," the voice said. "Stand." Pope scrambled up, his hands slick with sweat despite the cold. His breath came in ragged, shallow pools. He felt the walls contracting, the sound of his own pulse hammering against the blindfold like a trapped engine. He was guided into a narrow corridor. The air grew thick and humid, heavy with the scent of ozone and copper. "Speak," the voice commanded. "Start with the shame, the childhood rot, the things you didn't tell the selection board." "I don't understand," Pope said. The floor beneath him slid sideways with a mechanical shriek. He slammed into the wall. A jagged piece of masonry tore through his expensive wool sleeve, biting into his forearm. "Wrong answer," the voice whispered. The countdown began. A rhythmic metallic clicking echoed from the ceiling. Click, click, click. 7 years old, Pope shouted. The clicking was a timer. He knew the sound of a closing window. "The fire in the basement. I didn't call the department. I watched the smoke from the tree line. I wanted to see if the structure would hold or if the heat would win." The clicking slowed, but didn't stop. "Continue," the voice said. He spoke. He vomited secrets he had buried under 20 years of careful grooming. Private ambitions that bordered on the pathological. The desire for a power that didn't require a consensus. The bone-deep fear of being part of the noise. The floor dropped 6 inches without warning. His knees buckled, but he kept the words flowing. "I want the seat," Pope gasped. "I want the leverage. I want to be the one who determines the outcome before the vote is cast." The temperature spiked. Sweat poured down his face, stinging his eyes beneath the blindfold. The air smelled of burning electronics and high-voltage discharge. "The oath," the voice said. It wasn't a request. It was a command issued to a subordinate system. The hum in the floor intensified. It reached a pitch that made Pope's vision swim in the darkness. "Loyalty without reciprocity," the voice recited. "Silence over action. Precedence over morality." Pope felt a cold, sharp edge touch the hollow of his throat. It wasn't the threat of a quick death. It was a clinical measurement of his carotid pulse. "The penalty for violation is the extraction of utility," the voice said. "Section by section, memory by memory. You will be archived while you still breathe." Pope's heart hammered against his ribs. This wasn't an initiation. This was a tactical acquisition of a human asset. He hesitated. He looked for a way out, his mind racing through the dark, trying to calculate the geometry of the room. He shifted his weight, trying to find the center of the vibrating floor. His foot slid into a recessed groove. A jet of high-pressure steam hissed from a vent, scalding his ankle. He screamed, the sound swallowed by the thick, pressurized air. "Do not look for the exit," the voice warned. "There is only the oath." Pope's tactical mistake was assuming he was a participant. He was a component being stress-tested. "I swear," he choked out. The words felt like lead shot in his mouth. The hum stopped instantly. The heat vanished. "You're now protected," the voice said. The blindfold was ripped away. Blinding white light scorched his retinas. Pope threw his hands up, shielding his eyes, his breath hitching in his chest. The room was a sterile white octagon. No escort. No voice. No blades. Just the stone floor, his own blood on his sleeve, and the sound of measured, restrained applause coming from a speaker hidden in the ceiling. The light didn't fade. It stayed sharp, clinical, and absolute. Pope stood in the center of the light, his body shaking with residual adrenaline. He was alive. He was protected. He had never felt less safe. He looked down at his hands. They were steady now, but the shadow he cast on the white floor was long, jagged, and disconnected from the man he had been 10 minutes ago. The door at the far end of the octagon slid open with a hiss of pneumatics. There was no one on the other side, just a dark hallway leading back to the world. He stepped forward, his boots clicking on the stone. The ceremony was over. The crisis had just begun. The next 25 years moved with the velocity of a railgun slug. Pope didn't walk into his future. He was propelled. Law school. Year 3. The competition was a Shark Tank of Ivy, league pedigree and bottomless trust funds. Pope held the third-rank position. Marcus Thorne, the valedictorian-elect, held the keys to the Supreme Court clerkship Pope needed. Thorne was faster, sharper, and possessed a memory like a digital archive. 3 nights before the final selection, Thorne's car left the road on a dry, clear night. No skid marks, no mechanical failure, just a sudden high-speed correction into a concrete bridge abutment. Thorne survived, but the cognitive damage was total. Pope took the clerkship. He told himself it was tragedy meeting preparation. He ignored the way the hiring justice looked at him, not with admiration, but with the weary recognition of a man seeing a predictable gear turn in a machine. The federal clerkship, Year 5. Pope worked 18-hour shifts in a bunker-like office beneath the DC Circuit Court. The air was recycled and tasted of scorched dust. A senior partner at a rival firm threatened to derail a landmark deregulation case Pope was drafting. The man had a file, Rumours of Pope's unorthodox initiation years prior. Pope spent 48 hours in a tactical panic, drafting rebuttals, scrubbing digital footprints, waiting for the leak to hit the wires. The partner didn't leak. He resigned. A sudden, quiet departure following a random audit that turned up irregularities in a trust fund he hadn't touched in a decade. The file vanished. Pope sat in his office, the silence of the room heavier than any threat. He waited for a phone call, an instruction, a demand for payment. The phone remained dead. He was being cleared, not led. The path was being levelled by a force that operated with the cold efficiency of a demolition crew. The Senate. Year 15. The committee room was a theatre of tactical friction. Pope sat behind the mahogany dais, his hands flat on the wood. Across from him, a whistleblower from the Defense Intelligence Agency prepared to testify. The man had a thumb drive that could incinerate Pope's legislative record. The witness will state his name for the record, Pope said. The witness opened his mouth. His eyes went wide. He clutched his chest, his breath hitching in a jagged rhythmic wheeze. He collapsed across the microphone, the feedback screeching through the room like a dying bird. The room erupted. Security swarmed. Medics moved with practiced high-speed urgency. The thumb drive was never found. The hearing was adjourned indefinitely. Pope didn't go to the hospital. He went to the Senate gym. He ran until his lungs burned and his vision blurred. He ran to outpace the realization that he wasn't winning. He was being curated. National prominence. Year 20. The rise accelerated. He was the clean candidate, the man without a scandal, the man whose opposition seemed to dissolve into irrelevance or misfortune before they could land a punch. He moved through fundraisers like a ghost through a graveyard. At a gala in Zurich, a man in a tuxedo leaned in close. He didn't offer a hand. He didn't state a name. "The architecture holds," the man whispered. The phrase was a cadence he hadn't heard in 2 decades. Pope pivoted, his pulse spiking, reaching for the man's arm to demand an explanation. The man was gone. He had vanished into the crowd of spinning bodies and loud, safe music. The vice presidency, the present. The wind whipped across the National Mall, carrying the scent of frozen rain and spent jet fuel from the flyover. Pope stood on the inaugural platform. The crowd was a sea of grey and black stretching toward the horizon. The Chief Justice held the Bible. "Repeat after me," the Justice said. Pope looked at the cameras. Millions were watching. He saw the President-elect to his left, a man of process and earnest belief. He saw the Secret Service detail, their eyes scanning the rooftops for the high-velocity threats they were trained to stop. They were looking for bullets. They weren't looking for the architecture. Pope raised his right hand. "I, Harrison Pope, do solemnly swear." His voice was steady. It didn't shake. It carried the weight of public legitimacy. Inside his mind, the memory of the cold stone floor and the vibrating hum of the octagon flickered like a strobe light. The public oath was a performance, a layer of paint over a structural steel beam. "That I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter." The applause broke over him like a wave. It was loud, celebratory and hollow. He didn't feel like a leader. He felt like a component that had finally been slotted into its primary housing. The President gripped his hand. "We've got a lot of work to do, Harrison." Pope nodded. "Whatever the country needs, Mr. President." He scanned the front row of the VIP section. A man in his late 70s sat perfectly still. He didn't clap. He didn't smile. He wore a lapel pin Pope didn't recognize, a small silver gear with a broken tooth. The man caught Pope's eye for a fraction of a second. He gave a single, slow nod. The ascent was over. The maintenance was beginning. The lights in the West Wing flickered once, twice, and then died. The hum of the HVAC system cut out, replaced by the rising scream of sirens from Pennsylvania Avenue. In the sudden silence, the emergency red lighting kicked in, bathing Pope's office in the colour of an open wound. "Sir, the East Coast grid is cascading," a staffer shouted, bursting through the door. "Report," Pope barked. "Substations in Philadelphia and Newark are slagged. Coordinated cyber strikes. The president is in the PEOC. He's refusing to authorize the kinetic response." The building shook. A dull, rhythmic thudding vibrated through the floor, the sound of civil unrest breaching the outer perimeter. Pope turned to his desk. A black leather folder sat where his daily brief should be. It had no seal, no classification marking. He opened it. The document inside outlined the contingency for structural continuity. It called for the immediate suspension of habeas corpus, the centralisation of the financial grid under executive observers, and the deployment of active duty units to urban centres. It was a blueprint for a quiet coup. The door clicked shut. Pope looked up. The staffer was gone. Standing by the window was the man from the inauguration, the elderly man. "The president hesitates," the man said. His voice was a calm anchor in the storm. "He views the law as a shield. He does not understand it is a luxury of the stable." "How did you get past Secret Service?" Pope reached for the panic button under his mahogany desk. "The architecture is not guarded from itself, Harrison." A massive explosion rocked the room. The reinforced glass of the window didn't shatter, but it spider-webbed, the cracks glowing red from the fires rising in the park. The countdown had reached 0. The city was failing. "You remember the vibration of the stone," the man said. He didn't flinch as the floor buckled. The cold air, the weight of the blindfold. He began to recite: loyalty without reciprocity, silence over action, precedence over morality. The words hit Pope with the force of a physical blow. The sirens outside seemed to sync with the rhythm of the oath. "The Constitution governs the public," the man said, stepping into the red light. "We govern continuity. The president will not sign. You will." "I don't have the authority." "Authority is a consensus. We have withdrawn it from him." A secondary explosion, closer this time, tore through the communications array on the roof. The digital clock on the wall shorted out, the numbers spinning into meaningless symbols. Pope looked at the folder, then at the man. He realised with a sickening clarity that the transition wasn't coming. It was already happening. The president's hesitation wasn't a delay, it was his replacement. "One signature," the man whispered, "or the cascade continues until there is nothing left to govern." Pope reached for his pen. His hand felt like it belonged to someone else. He looked at the window, where the silhouette of the Washington Monument was framed by the black smoke of a burning city. The system was failing by design. To save it, he had to bury it. He signed. The man took the folder. He didn't thank him. "The path is cleared," the man said, and stepped back into the shadows of the doorway. The lights didn't come back on. The sirens didn't stop. Pope sat in the dark, the scent of ozone and burning rubber filling his lungs. He had just saved the country. He had also just killed the Republic. The aftermath was not a celebration. It was a dissection. Pope sat in a room that smelled of scorched copper and ozone. The emergency lights had been replaced by flickering fluorescence that hummed with a dying frequency. Outside, the smoke from the stabilization efforts hung over DC like a shroud. The contingency for structural continuity was active. Military checkpoints choked the intersections. The financial grid was frozen for verification. To the public, Pope was the hero who held the line when the president froze. To the machine, he was a heat sink, absorbing the friction of a collapsing democracy. Pope began to dig. He used his private security clearance to track the origin of the blackout. The logs, wiped. The signatures, spoofed through 3 layers of offshore shells. The command chain, dead ends. Every time he neared a source, the system shifted. It wasn't a defense, it was an edit. "Sir, the Chief of Staff's schedule for the night of the blackout. It's been redacted," his lead analyst whispered. "Not by us, by the server itself. It's self-correcting." "Who has root access?" Pope asked. "No one on the payroll, sir." The analyst was gone by morning, reassigned to a desk in Anchorage. No appeal, no explanation. Pope was being isolated. The walls of the West Wing felt like they were closing in, the air growing, thin as his allies were plucked away like loose threads. Pope's tactical error was believing his signature bought him leverage. It had only bought him responsibility. He met the president in the residence. The man looked ancient, his eyes glassy, his hands trembling as he stared at the television showing order restoration units clearing a park in Chicago. "I didn't authorize the kinetic deployment, Harrison," the president whispered. "The situation demanded it, sir. The grid didn't fail. It was disconnected." The president looked at Pope, not with anger, but with pity. "You think you're the architect. You're just the ink." Pope left the room. His pulse was a serrated edge in his throat. He realized the trap. The order didn't need him to lead. They needed him to sign so they could blame the pen when the paper caught fire. He retreated to his private study. He didn't call for a briefing. He didn't trust the phones. He pulled the physical copy of the contingency plan. He began to write. He wasn't drafting a memo. He was building a kill switch. The language, legalistic and dense. The strategy, embed oversight mechanisms disguised as procedural updates. The payload, expiration clauses that would trigger a return to constitutional law if the emergency lasted more than 90 days. He worked with the frantic precision of a man defusing a bomb in the dark. Every sentence was a tactical gamble. If the order saw the friction, they would erase the component. He heard a floorboard creak. He didn't look up. He kept writing. "The ink is still wet," the elderly man said from the corner of the room. He hadn't used the door. "The plan needs refinement," Pope said, his voice flat, "to ensure long-term stability." "Stability is a byproduct of silence, Harrison, not procedure." "Then why do you need my name on the document?" The man stepped into the light. He looked at the paper. He saw the oversight clauses. He smiled, a cold mechanical stretching of skin. "We don't need your name to be right. We need it to be final." The man turned to leave. "Do not mistake your survival for importance," the man said. "You're being archived. Try not to make the process difficult." Pope was alone. He looked at his hands. They were stained with ink. The room was cold again, the vibration in the floor returning, a phantom echo of the stone octagon. He realized the cost of the oath. It wasn't his life, it was his agency. He finished the draft. He tucked the kill switch version into the official binder. He didn't know if it would work. He only knew that the entropy had reached his bones. The system was failing, and he was the one holding the structural beam as it buckled. The pen didn't just mark the paper, it punctured it. Pope shoved the leather binder across the desk. The elderly man caught it with a single skeletal hand. Outside, the flash of a thermobaric charge lit the room white. The shockwave rattled the teeth of everyone in the room. "It's done," Pope said. The elderly man didn't look at the text. He didn't check for the kill switch clauses. He tucked the binder under his arm as the door hissed open. 3 men in tactical gear, unmarked matte black plating, faces obscured by polarized visors, stepped into the room. They didn't point weapons. They stood like pillars. "The transition is locked," the man said. The city groaned. Below the West Wing, the massive cooling fans of the server banks began to scream. Pope's embedded code was already hitting the architecture. The financial freeze didn't thaw, it fragmented. data streams intended for centralized control began to loop. Authority signals hit the oversight firewalls Pope had hidden in the procedural fine print. "There's a lag," one of the tactical units said. His voice was a digitized rasp. "The grid isn't responding to the central overrides." The elderly man turned. His eyes narrowed. He looked at Pope, then at the binder. "Friction," the man whispered. "Procedure," Pope corrected. The room shook again. A structural support in the basement failed under the strain of the system cascade. Smoke began to curl from the floor vents, acrid, grey and tasting of melted silicon. "You didn't break the oath," the man said. He stepped toward Pope, the tactical units tensing. "You just made the machine grind." "The machine works for the public," Pope said, "not the continuity." The elderly man paused. He didn't strike. He didn't order the units to fire. The order didn't do revenge. They did efficiency. "You've reached your expiration," the man said. He turned and walked out. The tactical units followed, moving with the synchronized precision of a single organism. The door locked with a heavy magnetic thud. Pope was left in the dark. The screens on his desk flickered with errors. The city outside was quiet now, not because the peace was won, but because the control was broken. The archive, years later. Pope walked. He moved through the urban centre, his gait slowed by age and the residual ache in his kidneys from a 25-year-old boot. He wasn't followed. He wasn't watched. The crisis had stabilised. The system functioned, but it was slow, burdened by the oversight checks he had buried in the ink. He stopped in front of the stone building. It was still unmarked. No signage, no flags. The rain hit the pavement with a rhythmic, hollow sound. A black sedan idled at the curb. A young man, barely 22, stood by the heavy door. He looked terrified. He looked like an asset. The door opened. The young man was hauled inside. The door vanished. Pope didn't try to stop it. He didn't shout. He didn't call the police. He stood in the rain and felt the low-frequency vibration of the ground beneath his boots. The octagon was still there. The blindfolds were still weighted. He understood the design now. The Order didn't need him to believe. They didn't need his soul or his loyalty. They didn't care about the clauses he had hidden or the friction he had caused. They only needed him to be quiet when the lights went out. He turned away from the building. He walked into the crowd, becoming another grey shadow in a city of ghosts. The oath had never demanded loyalty, only silence at the moment it mattered most. The quiet edit. The zinc-coated steel of the ventilation duct was exactly 2.4 millimetres thick, not enough to support a man of Darren Thorne's carriage without a rhythmic metallic protest, but enough to hold if he distributed his weight across the rib joins. He lay prone, his diaphragm pressed against the cold metal, feeling the vibration of the estate's industrial-grade climate control systems through his sternum. His primary concern was the X900 optic synthesizer clutched in his right hand. The device was pulsing with a rhythmic, sickly heat. On the small OLED monitor, a warning icon flickered, a stylized thermometer bleeding amber. The internal cooling fans, microscopic blades spinning at 30,000 RPM, emitted a subaudible whine that Darren felt in his molars. The camera was struggling. It wasn't just the ambient heat of the loft. It was the sheer density of the data it was sucking out of the air. Below the grate, the Ethelgard estate's primary solarium was bathed in a light that shouldn't exist. It was standard daylight, North Hemisphere 2 p.m., a perfect spectral recreation projected by the ceiling's quantum dot arrays. It was too perfect. It lacked the erratic scattering of real sunlight, the microscopic dancing of organic dust. Darren adjusted his ISO. The sensor groaned, injecting a fine grain of electronic noise into the shadows of the room below. The The efficiency of the sunset, a voice drifted up, stripped of its natural timbre by the directional microphone's noise gate. This was Director Vane. On the monitor, Vane's face was a study in engineered calm. Every pore had been curated. Every silver hair on his head seemed to have been placed by a geometrician. We must stop thinking of it as loss. A sunset is not the loss of the sun. It is the transition of the horizon. Darren watched Vane's pupils. They didn't dilate when he looked into the artificial sun. The man was a machine of intent. Phase 3, Vane continued, his hand moving in a slow, sweeping arc over a haptic interface that Darren couldn't see, but whose effects were visible on the solarium's central table. A holographic map of the Pacific Northwest shimmered into existence. It is the removal of the lag. We have 40 million units currently classified as statistically redundant. They are the ghosts in our machine, people who consume calories, generate heat, and produce zero net value for the legacy grid. Darren felt a surge of adrenaline, a hot metallic tang in the back of his throat. His heart rate accelerated to 84 beats per minute. He saw the shift in his own telemetry, mirrored in the corner of his AR lens. Calm down, he told himself. The sensors in the walls can smell the cortisol. He zoomed in. The lens elements, fluorite glass ground to a precision of 3 nanometers, shifted with a sound like a dry whisper. The holographic map was color-coded. His hometown, a sprawl of mid-density, housing and aging infrastructure, was glowing a soft apologetic violet. Managed disappearance, another voice added. This was a woman, Dr. Aris, the architect of the social blackout protocols. She wasn't looking at the map. She was looking at a tablet, her thumb scrolling through a list of names so fast they were a blur of grey text. It begins with the digital tether. We don't need to move them physically. We simply deprioritize their packets. We throttle their banking access. We adjust the search algorithm so they can no longer find one another. We edit the suggest feature in their reality overlays. Within 6 months they aren't a community. They're just individuals wondering why the world has stopped responding to them. Darren's mind tried to grasp the scale. It was a Lemmian nightmare. The frustration of a biological brain trying to comprehend a planetary scale subtraction. They weren't talking about gas chambers or firing squads. Those were messy. Those left a thermal signature. This was a quiet edit. They were going to turn the volume of 40 million lives down to 0, 1 decibel at a time, until the silence was absolute. He shifted his weight. The zinc duct groaned, a sharp, percussive clack that sounded like a gunshot in the sterile silence of the loft. Darren froze. His breath hitched, trapped in his lungs. He could feel the moisture of his own sweat beginning to pool in the small of his back, cooling rapidly in the airflow of the vent. He watched the monitor. Below, Vane didn't look up. He didn't even flinch. The estate's acoustic dampening fields were so sophisticated they had likely swallowed the sound before it reached the solarium floor. The transition is already 14% complete in the test zones, Aris said, her voice devoid of any ethical friction. The subjects report a sense of existential lethargy. They stop voting. They stop protesting. They simply withdraw. It's quite humane. We're giving them a graceful exit from a world that no longer has room for them. Darren's fingers were cramping. He had been holding the X900 for 22 minutes. The camera was now so hot it was painful to touch, the magnesium alloy casing radiating a dry chemical heat. He needed to upload. He initiated the ghost link. On his HUD, a progress bar appeared, searching for secure uplink. The bar pulsed blue. The estate's localized firewall was a monolithic wall of encrypted code. He could see his data packets trying to find a gap, like a swarm of digital insects hitting a glass window. Come on, Sloane, he thought, his jaw tightening. Find the back door. 2 miles away, in a decommissioned delivery van, Sloane would be watching the same blue pulse. He could almost smell the stale coffee and the ozone of her overworked servers. Uplink established. Uploading. 1%. 2%. The camera's fan shifted into a higher gear. The whine was no longer subaudible. It was a physical needle in his ear. Something is drawing. Power, Vane said. The statement was flat, factual. He looked up, not at the vent, but at the ceiling sensor nodes. Darren's heart hammered against the zinc. A chemical surge, norepinephrine, flooded his system, sharpening his vision until the microscopic scratches on the vent's surface looked like canyons. An anomaly in the local mesh net, Vane continued, his eyes narrowing. A leakage of data, approximately 4 gigabytes per second. The janitors? Aris asked. Deploy them, Vane said, and trigger the atmospheric scrub. We have an unrecorded presence. Darren didn't wait to see the rest. He knew the physics of the scrub. The estate would flood the ventilation shafts with a localized vacuum or a neuroinhibitor mist. He didn't crawl, he lunged. He shoved the X900 into his reinforced shoulder bag, the heat of the device seeping through the padding. He kicked off from a structural beam, his boots skidding on the smooth metal. Behind him, he heard a sound like a heavy intake of breath, the sound of the loft's air being reclaimed by the scrubbers. He reached the vertical shaft. It was a sheer drop of 30 feet to the third-floor service landing. He didn't look for a ladder. He grabbed his heavy titanium tripod, the only thing he had that was more reliable than his camera, and jammed it across the width of the shaft, using it as a crude, friction-based brake. His descent was a chaotic blur of friction and heat. The tripod screamed against the metal walls, throwing sparks that illuminated the dark shaft in strobe-like flashes. His gloves began to smoke, the synthetic palms melting into the titanium. He hit the landing with a bone-jarring thud. The impact travelled up his spine, a sharp, white-hot spike of pain that momentarily blinded him. He scrambled to his feet, gasping for air that felt too thin, too filtered. He checked his HUD. Upload interrupted. 4% complete. Damn it, he hissed. The firewall had closed. The architects hadn't just stopped the upload, they had started the erasure. He pulled his phone from his pocket to check the signal. The screen didn't show his wallpaper. It showed a standard system-level notification in a font that was cold and final. Account suspended. Identity not found. Please contact your local reality manager. The social blackout hadn't started with the world. It had started with him. Darren Thorne, the man who recorded the truth, was being deleted in real time. He looked at his hands. They were shaking, not from fear, but from the sudden, terrifying realization that if he didn't move, the smooth edge of the estate would simply sand him away, until there was nothing left but the echo of a tripod scream in an empty vent. The pain in Darren's left ankle was a jagged rhythmic pulse, a neurological feedback loop informing him that the calcaneus had struck the concrete landing with more kinetic energy than the surrounding tissue could dissipate. He didn't have the luxury of a diagnostic. His AR overlay, which usually provided a real-time health biometric readout, was currently a flickering kaleidoscope of dead pixels and error 404 metadata. He pressed his back against the service stairwell wall. The concrete was cold, a brutalist slab that seemed to pull the very heat from his marrow. Above him, the ventilation shaft hissed. The atmospheric scrub was no longer a threat of vacuum, it was a chemical deployment. He caught a faint saccharine scent, isopropyl hexane, a sedative-grade neuroinhibitor. His pupils contracted, his vision narrowed into a tunnel of high-contrast shadows. His phone, still gripped in a white-knuckled hand, vibrated with a finality that felt like a death rattle. The screen flickered one last time, displaying a system-level notification. Citizenship token revoked. The social blackout was a physiological trauma. In 2055, a person was no longer a biological entity. They were a node in a global mesh net. To be revoked was to be severed from the collective consciousness. Darren felt a sudden, sickening lightness in his chest, as if his gravitational constant had shifted. His bank accounts, his lease, his credit rating, his digital medical history, the entire scaffolding of his life was being dismantled by a series of high-speed algorithms 3 floors below him. "Sloane," he whispered, his voice cracking against the dry, sanitized air. "Sloane, tell me you're still there." His earpiece emitted nothing but the pink noise of a jammed frequency, the sound of a digital void. Sloane hadn't just been cut off, she was being buffered out of his reality. He checked the heavy titanium tripod. It was warm to the touch, the metal scarred from the descent. It was the only thing in the world that didn't require a handshake protocol to function. He used it as a crutch, hobbling toward the heavy, vacuum-sealed door labelled Level -3, Core Archive. He reached for the biometric scanner. The glass plate was cool under his thumb. Usually the haptic feedback would provide a welcoming thrum and a green glow. Instead, the scanner pulsed a deep, bruised purple. "Unknown biometric," the voice synth announced. It wasn't the voice of a security system. It was the voice of a world that had forgotten him. "This organic unit is not on the manifest. Please remain stationary for sanitization." Sanitization. The word echoed in his mind with Lemian dread. To the architects, he wasn't a spy or a hero. He was a statistical error that needed to be rounded down to 0. He didn't wait for the janitors. He swung the tripod. The titanium hit the scanner with a sound like a tuning fork. The glass shattered, revealing a mess of fibre-optic nerves and silicon. Darren reached into the wound of the machine, pulling a bypass lead from his bag, a piece of dirty tech Sloane had built for him. He jammed it into the port. The door's magnetic locks disengaged with a heavy pneumatic thud. The server room was not a room. It was a thermodynamic cathedral. The air here was kept at a precise 4 degrees Celsius, a temperature that made the moisture in Darren's breath visible as a ghost-like plume. The hum was a physical weight, the collective vibration of 10,000 liquid-cooled blades processing the lives of a hemisphere. The floor was a grid of black glass, under which rivers of glowing blue coolant flowed like the blood of a digital god. Darren moved through the aisles, his boots clicking on the glass. The servers didn't look like computers. They looked like monoliths of matte black carbon fibre. Each one emitted a low-frequency purr that resonated in his ribcage, a sound that bypassed the ears and spoke directly to the nervous system. He felt a sudden, sharp spike of adrenaline. In the distance, at the end of aisle 4, a silhouette stood. It wasn't moving. It was a janitor. In the flickering blue light, the figure looked like a mannequin carved from obsidian. It wore a tactical dazzle suit designed to confuse optical sensors, making its outline shimmer and distort like heat rising from asphalt. Its face was a smooth, featureless visor of polarized glass. Darren ducked behind a cooling pillar. His heart rate spiked to 110. He could feel the chemical surge, the fight-or-flight mechanism of a primate trapped in a forest of silicon. His mind began to fragment under the Lem factor, the sheer, crushing scale of the system he was trying to fight. How do you hit a cloud? How do you stab an algorithm? He watched the janitor. The unit wasn't searching, it was sensing. It tilted its head, the visor reflecting the blue flow of the floor. It was listening for the thermal signature of his breath, the microscopic vibrations of his heartbeat. Darren reached into his bag and pulled out a small pressurized canister of sensor smoke, a high-density aerosol of graphite particles. He threw it toward the far end of the hall. The canister popped. A cloud of black conductive mist bloomed in the air. The janitor lunged. It didn't run like a human. It moved with the terrifying, frictionless efficiency of a machine whose joints were driven by high-torque servos. It disappeared into the mist, its acoustic pulse weapon emitting a sharp chirp, the sound of a bat hunting in the dark. Darren didn't look back. He sprinted, as much as his injured ankle would allow, toward the hardline terminal at the core of the archive. The terminal was a pedestal of brushed steel, isolated from the estate's wireless mesh. This was the dead drop, the only place where the architect's plans were stored in a physical, uneditable format. He jammed his camera's data jack into the terminal. Accessing attrition ledger. The screen bloomed into life. Thousands of files began to scroll, a waterfall of names, coordinates, and phase-out dates. He saw cities he recognized, neighborhoods he had walked through, all marked with the same clinical violet glow he had seen on the holographic map. "Show me the immediate phase-out list," he whispered, his fingers flying over the haptic keys. The list filtered. A single name appeared at the top. Thorn, Darren. Status: archived, non-existent. Reason: statistical redundancy, biological anomaly. Date of erasure: T-12 minutes. Darren stared at the screen. The intellectual palette of the moment was a cold, hollow vacuum. He wasn't looking at his death warrant. He was looking at a receipt. He had already been edited. The Darren Thorn who had lived, worked and loved was a file that had been moved to the trash and was currently 92% deleted. The room seemed to tilt. The cold of the server room suddenly felt like the cold of a grave. He realized the janitors weren't here to kill him. They were here to clean the room. He was a smudge on the glass of the architect's perfect world. A sharp, high-frequency whine filled the air. He turned. The janitor was standing at the end of the aisle, the graphite mist clinging to its dazzle suit like a shroud. It raised its arm. The acoustic weapon began to glow with a pale violet light. Darren grabbed the drive, the attrition ledger now a physical weight in his hand. He looked at the janitor, then at the black glass floor beneath him. "You can't edit the ground," he grunted, the pain in his ankle forgotten as a new, more primal chemical surge. Rage replaced the panic. The transition from the server room's sub-zero cathedral to the service kitchen was a violent assault on Darren's equilibrium. He burst through the pressurized seals, his injured ankle screaming as it met the polished linoleum. The air here smelled of nothing, not even the absence of smell, but a clinical vacuum of olfaction that made his nostrils ache. The kitchen was a masterpiece of automated indifference. A robotic chef, a multi-articulated arm suspended from a matte chrome ceiling rail, was currently plating a single translucent scallop onto a bone china plate. The arm moved with a terrifying, fluid grace, its servos emitting a high-pitched 30 kHz whine that Darren felt in the marrow of his shins. There was no steam, no clatter of pans, no shouting. It was a silent factory for the consumption of the elite. Darren lunged behind a stainless steel prep station, his breath coming in ragged, jagged stabs. He could feel the attrition ledger drive in his pocket, a cold rectangle of data that felt heavier than the titanium tripod he still gripped. Then the janitor entered. It didn't use the door. It simply materialized from the peripheral blur of the hallway, its dazzle suit shifting from the grey of the wall to the sterile white of the kitchen tiles. The figure stood 6 feet away, motionless. The high-frequency acoustic pulse weapon, a sleek polymer tube, was levelled at Darren's chest. "Subject Thorn," the janitor said. The voice was a synthesized approximation of human speech, stripped of all subtext. "Your presence is an unindexed variable. Please submit to recalibration." Darren didn't answer. He couldn't. The janitor triggered the weapon, the sensory nightmare. It wasn't a sound. It was a physical displacement of reality. A focused beam of high-frequency longitudinal waves, approximately 19 kHz at 140 decibels, hit Darren like a kinetic punch. The physics of the attack were precise. The sound waves resonated with the fluid in his semicircular canals, instantly destroying his sense of verticality. The kitchen floor didn't just feel tilted, it felt like it had been deleted. Darren's vision fractured into a strobe-like series of still frames. His stomach revolted, a surge of bile hitting the back of his throat as his brain struggled to reconcile the conflicting signals from his eyes and his inner ear. Every tooth in his head vibrated in its socket. This was the smooth edge in action, violence that left no bruises, only a shattered psyche. "Move," his hindbrain screamed. "The primate survives by moving." He reached out, his hand grasping blindly at the prep station. His fingers closed around the rubber hose of a pressurized CO2 canister, the quick chill system for the robotic chef. With a guttural roar that he couldn't even hear over the internal screaming of his own skull, Darren wrenched the nozzle free and slammed the release valve. The CO2 didn't just spray, it exploded. Under the Joule-Thomson effect, the rapidly expanding gas plummeted in temperature, reaching approximately minus 78.5 degrees Celsius, 194.7 Kelvin, instantly. A wall of white crystalline fog bloomed between Darren and the janitor. The dazzle suit, designed to trick optical sensors by mimicking light patterns, was useless against a physical medium of frozen gas. The janitor's thermal sensors were blinded by the sudden absolute cold. The acoustic pressure vanished, the lem factor, the friction of the mind. Darren collapsed to his knees, his head ringing with a silence that felt like a physical weight. The lem factor took hold, that agonizing epistemological friction where the mind realizes it is outmatched by the system it inhabits. He looked at the white fog, his brain trying to calculate the janitor's next move. Would the machine recalibrate? Would it use an infrared bypass? He didn't wait to find out. He reached for the nearest heavy object, a massive cast-iron skillet resting on an induction burner. It was a relic of performative cooking, kept there to give the architects the illusion of human craft. Darren lunged through the fog. He didn't aim for the weapon, he aimed for the visor. The impact was a dull, heavy thud that vibrated up his arm. The janitor went down, its servos let out a dying, metallic groan as the weight of the iron crushed the sensor housing of the helmet. Darren stood over the fallen figure, chest heaving, the CO2 fog swirling around his boots like a shroud. He reached down and gripped the edge of the polarized visor, his fingers numb from the cold. He expected to see a chassis of silicon and wires. He expected a machine. He pulled the mask back. The repurposed soul. The face beneath the visor was human, but only in the biological sense. It was a man in his late 50s, his skin a translucent, sickly grey from lack of sunlight. A lattice of fibre-optic filaments was woven directly into the skin around his temples, pulsing with a faint rhythmic violet light. Darren felt the air leave his lungs. He knew this face. "Julian?" he whispered. Julian Vane, no relation to the director but the most celebrated investigative journalist of the 2030s. The man who had taught Darren that a camera was a weapon. Julian had disappeared 5 years ago during the Great Friction riots. The world had assumed he was a martyr. Julian's eyes were open, but they didn't see Darren. They were buffered. His pupils were fixed, tracking a stream of data that was being projected directly onto his retinas by the neural link collar. "Julian, it's me, Darren. I read your manifesto. I used your ISO settings." Julian's jaw moved, a rhythmic clicking sound as the neural link tried to re-establish the janitor protocol. "Index corrupted," the man croaked. His voice wasn't synthesized now. It was a ruin of human vocal cords. Phase 3 is efficient. Do not resist the update. The horror was a cold, stagnant pool in Darren's stomach. This was the ultimate quiet edit. The architects didn't kill the dissenters, they repurposed them. They took the very minds that were capable of seeing through the system and turned them into the autocorrect for reality. Julian wasn't a prisoner, he was a legacy system, running a background process that required his body but deleted his soul. Darren looked at the skillet in his hand, then at the man he had once idolized. He realized that the social blackout wasn't just about deleting bank accounts. It was about making sure that even when you were looking at the truth, you were seeing it through a filter. "I'm sorry, Julian," Darren said, his voice a ghost of a sound. He reached into the man's tactical suit and found what he was looking for, the biometric keycard. As he touched it, Julian's body spasmed, a final command from the estate's network trying to trigger a self-destruct in the neural link. Darren turned and fled, the attrition ledger burning a hole in his consciousness. He wasn't just fighting for his life anymore, he was fighting to remain a biological anomaly in a world that wanted to turn him into a janitor. The chemical surge. As he reached the service elevator, a new sensation hit him. Not panic, but a cold, crystalline clarity. His adrenal glands had emptied, leaving him in a state of hyper-focus. He could see the micro-vibrations of the elevator cables. He could hear the subaudible heartbeat of the estate. He was no longer the observer. He was the friction. The maintenance ladder was a vertical spine of cold, galvanized steel that hummed with the vibration of the estate's cooling turbines. Darren climbed with a mechanical desperation, his muscles burning with a lactic acid build-up that felt like liquid lead. Every 10 rungs, he had to pause, his lungs struggling to extract oxygen from an atmosphere that was being systematically sanitized. Above him, the heavy circular hatch of the roof axis groaned as he threw his weight against it. He emerged into a world of violent high-altitude entropy. The silver haze, nanite particulate density. The air on the roof was no longer gas, it was a shimmering silver colloid. The atmospheric scrubbers had deployed a high-density fog of sub-micron nanites. They weren't weapons in the traditional sense, they were forensic janitors. Each particulate was a programmed scavenger, designed to bond with organic carbon, skin cells, hair, the moisture of a breath, and neutralize it into inert dust. Darren felt the mist touch his exposed skin. It didn't sting. It felt like an unnatural dryness, a sudden parasitic absorption of his body's surface tension. The silver haze clung to his eyelashes, refracting the light of the setting sun into a billion prismatic needles. He hobbled toward the satellite uplink, a massive white parabolic dish that loomed like a bone-coloured moon against the darkening sky. The attrition ledger drive was slick with his own sweat. He shoved it into the uplink's maintenance port. Linking to suborbital mesh. Broadcast protocol, emergency override. The haptic interface under his fingers felt sluggish. The nanites were already infiltrating the port, increasing the electrical resistance of the hardware. The physics of the moment were a race against the smooth edge. The system wasn't trying to stop him with a firewall, it was trying to outlast him through physical decay. The zenith of the architect. It's a remarkable view, isn't it? Darren spun around, his tripod raised like a club. Director. Vane stood near the edge of the helipad. He wore no protective gear. The nanites seemed to part around him, steered by a localized magnetic field generated by the discrete liner woven into his silk suit. Vane looked out over the bay. Below them, the city of Seattle was a sprawling grid of neon and glass, a living circuit board where millions of units were currently settling into their evening routines. "The ledger is live, Vane," Darren rasped, his voice a dry rattle. The nanites were beginning to coat his vocal cords. Every screen in the hemisphere. They're seeing the lists. They're seeing their own names. Vane didn't turn. He sighed, a sound of profound, weary disappointment. Darren, you're still thinking in the 20th century. You think the truth is a light that blinds. In Phase 3, the truth is just more noise. Broadcast, 100% complete. Darren looked past Vane toward the city. On the side of a massive skyscraper across the water, a digital billboard, usually reserved for synthetic perfume ads, flickered. The violet list of names appeared. The attrition ledger was scrolling in letters 40 feet high. The coordinates of the phase-out zones, the dates of erasure, the clinical logic of statistical redundancy. It was all there. "Look at them," Vane whispered. Darren watched. Through his camera's long-range lens, he saw the people on the streets below. They stopped. They looked up. A woman in a smart commuter pod slowed her vehicle. A group of teenagers outside a VR cafe removed their headsets. Thousands of eyes turned toward the skyscraper. For 3 seconds the world held its breath. Then the woman tapped her dashboard and her pod moved on. The teenagers laughed, one of them pointing at the screen and miming a yawn before pulling their headset back on. On the social feeds visible in Darren's AR periphery, the ones the system hadn't yet cut off, the leak was already being tagged as #EthelGuardPrank, #Phase3Movie, and #Viral Marketing. The entropy of meaning, the intellectual palette of the moment was a crushing void. This was the Lem factor at its most cruel. The realization that the mind's most powerful weapon, the truth, was useless against a system that had successfully commodified attention. The architects hadn't just hidden the Phase 3 transition, they had made it boring. They had wrapped the apocalypse in the aesthetic of a software update. The public didn't care they were being deleted because the process of being deleted was more comfortable than the process of resisting. "The social blackout is not a secret, Darren," Vane said, finally turning to face him. His eyes were cold, reflecting the silver mist. "It is a consensus. People crave the silence. They are tired of the friction of being human, the debt, the politics, the messy, uncurated reality of existence. We're simply giving them what they've been asking for since the first algorithm suggested a path for them." Darren felt a chemical crash. The adrenaline was gone, replaced by a cold, entropic despair. His vision began to buffer. The silver nanites were forming a crust over his AR lenses. The city below was blurring, turning into a dream he was no longer a part of. "You're just a ghost now, Darren," Vane said, walking toward him with the practiced ease of a man stepping through a garden. "The ledger won't save them. It will only confirm their suspicion that they are no longer necessary. And the most terrifying thing, they agree with us." A silver flake of nanite grit entered Darren's eye. He blinked, and the skyscraper across the bay disappeared behind a curtain of simulated fog. The smooth edge was closing in. He was standing on a roof with the proof of a global crime, and the world was shrugging its shoulders. He looked down at his camera. The X900 was still warm. In the corner of the display, a small blinking icon caught his eye. It wasn't the ledger, it was a background. Capture. A thermal signature log of the roof's security grid that had been running since he arrived. Vane was close now. He reached out a hand, his fingers manicured and steady. "Give me the drive, Darren. Let's make your transition a graceful one." Darren looked at Vane's hand, then at the city that didn't care. He realized he had been trying to broadcast to the wrong audience. "The system only controls what it records," Darren whispered, quoting a line from Julian's corrupted manifesto. "What was that?" Vane asked, his brow furrowing. Darren didn't answer. He looked at the satellite dish's power coupling. He looked at the titanium tripod. He calculated the electrical arc distance in a nanite-saturated atmosphere. The silver haze was no longer a mist. It was a physical weight, a shimmering shroud that had begun to crystallize on the lens of Darren's X900. On his HUD, the optics were screaming, a frantic series of red-line warnings as the nanites attempted to bridge the microscopic gaps between the camera's sensor and its processing core. Darren looked at Director Vane. The man was a silhouette of absolute certainty, his presence an anchored point in a world he was actively dissolving. To Vane, the underzone was a landfill. To Darren, it was becoming the only place where the air might actually have a taste. The physics of the blind spot. Darren's mind, sharpened by the chemical exhaustion of the last hour, began to perform a desperate involuntary calculation. The nanites in the air were conductive, a sub-micron lattice of carbon and silver. They weren't just cleaning the air, they were effectively turning the atmosphere into a low-impedance medium. He looked at the satellite dish's power coupling. It was a high-voltage conduit, pulsing with the energy required to pierce the ionosphere. If I can't change the minds of the people, Darren thought, his cognitive processing narrowing into a singular tactical point, I will change the reality of the senses. The Lem factor hit him then, the realization that Vane's power wasn't based on physical strength or even political will. It was based on observational hegemony. The estate's security grid was so sophisticated that it didn't just see, it interpreted. It was a semi-sentient AI that curated the real and discarded the anomalous. If you weren't on the manifest, you were invisible, but invisibility worked both ways. Darren gripped the titanium tripod. The metal was cold, a grounding rod in a world of static. He didn't lunge at Vane. He lunged at the power coupling. He jammed the tripod into the high-voltage junction. The reaction was instantaneous and violent. The 50,000 volts flowing through the coupling didn't just arc. It ignited the nanite-saturated atmosphere. A blinding violet discharge of plasma bloomed from the tripod, travelling through the silver haze like a lightning strike in a hall of mirrors. Darren's X900, still in his hand, reacted to the surge. He didn't just trigger the shutter, he triggered the high-intensity $5,000 lumen forensic flash. The combination was a sensory cataclysm. The plasma arc overloaded the estate's optical sensors, while the camera's flash created a localized whiteout in the security grid's logic. For a fraction of a microsecond, the Ethelgard estate's reality manager suffered a massive buffer overflow. It couldn't process the sudden influx of thermal and photonic data. In that gap, that beautiful unrecorded nanosecond, Darren Thorne ceased to be a statistical anomaly. He became a blind spot, the leap into the void. He didn't think about the height. He didn't think about the dark, churning waters of the bay 300 feet below. He simply stepped off the edge. The fall was a sensory vacuum. The air, thick with the smell of ozone and burnt silicon, rushed past his ears in a roar that sounded like the crushing of glass. His stomach stayed on the roof. His vision was a kaleidoscope of after images. Vane's face, frozen in a rare expression of genuine confusion. The violet arc of the plasma. The silver mist turning into a wall of grey. The water didn't feel like a liquid. It felt like a solid. The impact was a kinetic sledgehammer that drove the air from his lungs in a single agonizing burst. He felt the cold, a deep anaerobic chill that seemed to reach into his bones and freeze the very marrow. He sank into the darkness, the pressure of the bay pressing against his eardrums. His AR lenses shorted out, the identity revoked notification finally dying in a hiss of electronic steam. I am gone, he thought, the silence of the water wrapping around him like a heavy blanket. I am deleted. The underzone, the texture of the real, he surfaced in a world of rotten wood smoke. Darren dragged himself onto a crumbling concrete pier, his fingers clawing at the moss and the rusted rebar. He vomited salt water and bile, the sound of his own, retching, echoing off the underside of the decommissioned bridge above him. This was the underzone. There were no quantum dot lights here. The only illumination came from a rusted oil drum where a fire was burning. Real wood, crackling with the erratic, unpredictable physics of combustion. The air didn't smell like nothing. It smelled of damp, old grease and the sharp, acidic tang of human sweat. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever smelled. A figure stepped from the shadows of the bridge pylon. It was a woman, her face obscured by a dazzle cloak made of actual physical rags stitched together with copper wire. She held a rusted pipe, her eyes narrowed in a look of profound analog suspicion. "You're late," she said. Her voice wasn't filtered or synthesized. It had grit. It had a history. Darren looked at her, then at his hands. They were covered in grease and blood. He felt the weight of the bag at his side. The X-900 was dead, but the drive he had swiped from the server room, the attrition ledger, was encased in a waterproof lead-lined sleeve. He reached into the bag. He didn't pull out the ledger. He pulled out the thermal log he had captured on the roof. "I don't just have the names of the people they're deleting," Darren rasped, his voice a raw, salt-scratched ruin. He looked at the woman, a slow, jagged grin spreading across his face. "I have Vane's biometric signature from the arc flash, and I have the private access codes for the estate's reality grid." The woman paused, the pipe lowering an inch. "What are you going to do with those, Ghost?" Darren looked back toward the Ethelgard estate, glowing like a sterile diamond on the distant cliffside. To the world, that building was the centre of reality. To him, it was just a file that needed to be moved to the trash. "Vane thinks Phase 3 is about making people disappear into distraction," Darren said. He felt the chemical surge of a new kind of purpose, not the adrenaline of the hunted, but the cold, focused intent of the editor. "But the system has a blind spot. It thinks the architects are the only ones with the edit permissions." He opened his waterproof bag and pulled out a small battered laptop, an analog relic with physical keys and a screen that didn't track his retinas. He plugged in the drive. "Don't worry," Darren said, looking at the woman who had once been a senator, now warming her hands over a trash can fire. He held up his hand, silhouetted against the flickering orange light. "I'm just going to fix the signal." The transcendence. Final logic. The story of Darren Thorne didn't end with a broadcast. It ended with a silence. In the weeks that followed, the architects began to disappear, not through violence, but through their own smooth edge. Bank accounts belonging to the elite began to reset to zero. Their digital identities were flagged as deceased or redundant. The very system they had built to manage humanity began to auto-correct its creators out of existence. Darren sat by the fire, the grainy screen of his laptop reflecting in his eyes. He was no longer an observer. He was the ghost in the machine, the analog variable that the algorithm couldn't solve. He closed the laptop. The world was still quiet, but for the first time in a generation, it was a silence that belonged to the people.